Hello. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. How's the volumes? Everything sound good? All right. I'm gonna do one tiny thing just to check if the votes are gonna be okay to publish or not. I'm gonna mute the music on OBS, and I would love to know from your side if you can still hear the music, if it's bleeding through my microphone. If it is, then I will need to change a few things here and there. All right, and I'm muting the music now. Can you hear anything? Buzzing is good. Buzzing is like this shitty microphone here. That is the one I'm using for the keyboard. But no music. If I turn it up, loaded shit. All right, that's amazing. Okay, no music. Let's go, everyone. Woo! So I have some stream improvements. Hope you'll enjoy them. First of all, let's do just a hello. All right, ready? Hi, folks. How are you? Good? Hey, One Byte. We just merged one of your PRs. Sorry about all the delays. I'll eventually get to that. And I haven't yet gone through the ref to symbol one because I'm not entirely sure how that's going to look like. That's the main reason, right? There's been some like stability bugs that have just taken priority. Well, take care of that. No, actually, it's the same camera. But I've taken the time. I don't know if you can even see the... Yeah. I've taken the time to actually record video, right? Like I would normally record video. Because before I was just like plugging everything in and just going live. But now I actually have the right encoder. I'm using S-Log3 and I'm doing the right LUT on OBS as well. So now we can do some fancy things, right? Let me just show you. This is the default. This is how the camera looks like now. And you'd be like, oh, Leandro, that's just shitty. Like, it doesn't look good at all. But with this kind of encoding, we get the maximum possible sort of dynamic range of colors, right, from the camera. And then I can do nice things like, actually get the colors out and apply some layering to that, right? So we can go into something that looks a little bit vintage, like an old Fujifilm camera, right? Or we could go into just a more classic teal and orange, which I think looks kind of nice, right? Like it feels, I guess, warmer. You know what I mean? Yeah. And there's another one I have here that it's similar to the teal and orange, but a little, let's say, desaturated, right? So it's more like grayish or clear colors. This one is a lot more intense, right? Like deeper. Hey Jazz, how's it going? And I also have some other fun ones here. Let me try to find one. So most of these are color profiles that people try to take from movies, right? And this, for example, is from The Matrix. Ready? So by capturing colors correctly in the camera and getting all the raw information, then I can actually play around so much with colors later. Yeah. But the one I like the most right now is this one. So I think it looks good. All right. So hi everyone. This is my apartment. This is the mess I live in. Let's go into coding, shall we? One of the drawbacks. Hey Amit, how's it going? of not having, I have the green screen, it's just in the floor, I need to pull it up. One of the drawbacks of the green screen is that we don't get, like, you can't really see like this part of the screen, for example, right? But you know, we'll see how far we go. Okay, so today we're gonna do something that I think is gonna be so much fun, like so much fun. And this is Minty. We want to close that. So the last thing we were doing, right, was Blink. And we actually managed to get a client. So if I go back here a little bit. Oh, okay. Where the hell did I go? That actually sends a WebSocket frame to a server and gets a response back, prints that and exits. So this is essentially the WebSocket a client, right, built into Blink. And I kind of like the way this ended up looking, right? If I just make this a little bigger, it's like you connect like you normally do with Blink. And then you just say, I would like to upgrade this to a WebSocket, right? And you have to put the path that you want to use, and this could be nothing, or right, or it could be some specific path. For this server, it is WS, right? And yeah, after you do that, then you can create frames and send them over many at a time if you want, right? And then you can receive frames from that socket, and you can receive many at a time as well, which is pretty nice. So we haven't yet tried this with a like long-lived socket connection that sends a lot of frames and receives a lot of frames. So that might break. We'll see how that works, right? I was, okay, truth be told, I was trying to get them running. Wait, this is going to be a little messy. In Bazaar. So essentially the socket handling code here, right? When it received the frame, then it set an interval. So it would send itself the frame every 100 microseconds, so really fast. And it would receive the message here, right? So handle frame is for handling incoming WebSocket frames that a client is sending you, right? But handle message is for handling any message that another process may be sending you, right? And this is great for out-of-band communication. So if you have a broadcast manager for channels or stuff like that, right? Then you can receive messages and send them to your client, right? And by client, I mean a WebSocket client. So roughly speaking, if we were to do yeah, I think this is good, right? So let's say here in this application, we can ignore most of the Bazaar app stuff. We don't really have that. But we do have a channel manager, right? And channel manager. Let me just remove some of these things. We don't have the OCaml, Mule, or Mailer. There you go. That looks more like it, right? The top level supervisor creates the Bazaar application, right? Which is defined here. And this thing will start the endpoint and the channel manager, right? So every connection as it comes in will actually start, right, this new Echo server, which is what we want. It's not called Echo Socket, it's called Echo server. And we will actually do, let's do this. Let's do a client, right? Client will connect to Echo server, send a message, is connect to Echo server, like that. This rarely looks very pretty, but at least is doing what we expect. So the client connects to the echo server, right? And when that happens, the echo server will register, right, on the channel manager. So this will happen for every connection, right? And then when the client sends a message, right, sends a frame to the echo server, then we'll expect the echo server to send a broadcast, right, to the channel manager. And then the channel manager will actually send that message broadcast, right, to connection 1 and connection 2 and connection 3, right? So very quickly it starts getting messy in the diagram, right? But hopefully you see the flow a little bit, right? When a client sends a message to the server, then the server goes to the channel manager and says, hey, broadcast this message to everybody else that's registered. And so the channel manager can go to the other connections, right, and say, hey, this message needs to be broadcasted. And that way we get sort of a pub-sub model going. So I can send a message, right, to my echo server, and the channel manager makes sure that every one of you on chat, right, would get that message as well, individually. But for that to happen, we need to have not just a single way of getting data into the echo server, we need to have a separate way, and that is handle message. And that works not just for the channel manager, right, but for literally any Riot message. So that would be a nice way of saying, okay, if we need to also get information from some database, from some stats somewhere, from any other process, we can do that. And we have a bug there somewhere. So we're not quite at the point where we can do broadcasts like that. So I think we will be able to build quite a bit of things today. I'm going to remove some of this code because it got really messy here, right? Hey, Diva, how's it going? Nice to have you in chat. And thanks for the subscription as well. Let's see. Geeked out yesterday with Obsidian and the Mermaid plugin for creating flowcharts. Have to say, it was good to work with. I just needed to get the snippets, CSS to increase the body size, and support zooming on the models. Yeah, honestly, I think Mermaid is okay. I'm not in love with it, but it's very, very useful, 100%. I think as many tools that try to do a lot, then it ends up sort of being okay at a lot of things, sometimes mediocre at a lot of things, right? I don't really use Mermaid for anything other than just regular graphs. And my mouse keeps dying for some reason. Yeah, it got connected again. When I need to do deeper charts or more concurrency-oriented diagrams, I just use Streamlanes. And this works wonderfully. And I've been using this tool. This tool has been as is, right? With very minor changes for, I don't know, like a decade now. I remember working at Klarna 2015 and I was using this there. Now they have other things like, you can log in and you can see your diagrams and stuff like that. Yeah. Five years ago. Yeah. Okay. And then we have a mid-saying one question about OCaml. How well does it optimize the code? Is the performance close to C? By the way, every time you say bazaar, marketplace, it throws me off. The pronunciation of that was very close to how would an Indian and I say. So when you say that, I look around if someone is talking to me, bazaar? Bazaar. I don't know which one it is that I say when I say it. Now I'm a little conscious of how I say it. But yeah, bazaar. Would be nice to be able to drag nodes around. Yeah, I think it would be nice to be able to reorder things and say, for example, here, I would love the client to come from the bottom, right? I think it would just make the flow a lot clearer. Cool. Oh my god, I have so much crap open. Let me do a thing here. Getting a little better feedback for myself, so I can't hear much. Okay. Cool. So today I want to do a few things, and I just want to outline the plan before we get into it. Most of this stuff comes from an amazing chat I had with Haley from the Glean community. She's been building Lustre. I don't know how to say that otherwise, so I'll just pronounce it like Spanish, I guess, Lustre. Maybe it's called Luster or something like that. Which is a front-end web framework for Glean that lets you build universal components. And it's pretty interesting in like how it works, right? Because they have gone all in with the Elm architecture. If you look at the examples, right, you define a component by just saying, okay, I'm gonna have an initialization function, a typed message or an action, right, an update function, and a view. And this is so close to Minty, right? Like, because we're also doing the Elm architecture. The main difference is that they actually compile some of this stuff to JavaScript, right? So they can run this thing straight in the browser as well as in the backend and communicate somehow. So they have a server example here. So the bits and pieces that we need to build today, and I'm gonna go into, yeah, I guess we don't need this stuff. So we want to have our component of sorts, right? Ooh, that's big. We will need sort of a little JS runtime. We will need and this component, right, will be our T style component. Oh my god, that looks horrible. T component. Hola, sí, hablo español. Soy de Argentina, del norte. ¿Vos hablas español, chango? ¿O changa? ¿O changui? México. ¿Qué hace, vieja? ¿Todo en orden? So this T component will be the sort of structure, right, that we will define. That will let's say it will define your state, your update function, the messages you support, stuff like that, right? So we can probably even start modeling that here. So we'll do a button or counter, right? And we don't have a good place to put this live stuff in yet. So I think we'll just make a new live folder module in this project and just build it here and then see where we put it. Just so we have something that we can quickly iterate on and then deploy and just test live, right? And we'll do type state, it's going to be an integer, type action is going to be increment, right? And decrement. And we would want an update function, and this will be maybe handle action, since that's a little bit more like the patterns we've been using, handle frame, handle message, and so on, right? And from here, this handle action will do something with that action, so we'll do match action, right? I mean, we can even do if action incur, right, and state +1, else state -1, right? Since we just have those two right now. I wonder if we can destruct. Okay. I was wondering if maybe there was a way of getting convert this if to a switch, right? Which sometimes you have, like Rust's LSP, Rust Analyzer, has so many refactorings. I think I should get into the OCaml LSP story at some point and see how can I help here or there. And then we want actually a render function, right? That will take a state and produce some view. And right now, like here's the thing with this view. I don't really care how this is created as long as the output of this thing is a structure, right? Is something that has, it's just data, right? Because I will need to be able to do things with this, right? Like Decker or I don't know. I will need to be able to traverse this thing, right? To find out which handlers you have, right? So that we can later on hook them up to actual event listeners on the front end, right? So I don't think this will be the way to go, right? But we'll need something like this. I don't know if Dave is already on or if he will get on today, but in the web channel in Minty, we've been talking about using one of their libraries, and that's the library that I had open here, right? HTML of JSX. So we'll see how, or if we can use this thing. Maybe we can just start by pinning it. Okay, that didn't work. Maybe we can try that later. But yeah, the goal is that if we are able to use this thing, right, and render our state into some structure, then we can traverse that and do things with that. Later on, we'll turn that into an actual string and we'll pass it on and render it on screen, right? But this will be the most basic thing we can do. And I'm actually considering that maybe we'll just do a second app here, just so we don't have to see all of this code all the time, right? So let's do Bazaar live, right? We don't need the socket, we don't need the search engine, we don't need the store, the controller, we don't need an endpoint, and we'll just use the default get endpoint here, right? It's not gonna work. We don't need the test store, we don't need that, right? We don't need that. Cool, so we'll go into Bazaar Dune, and we'll just do a new one here, Bazaar Live. And I think this is gonna complain now that we have many executables, yeah, channel manager and such. So we'll do Bazaar, channel manager, there. Or even better, we'll just No, that's not what I want to do. I want to do that. Cool. So bazaar live, and we get this one. We're gonna get rid of, right? And we're gonna get rid of the channel manager as well. We don't need that. And we'll get rid of this one as well. But we will touch a LiveML file here, and I think that's where we're gonna try to put all of the code here. Whoa, so many follows. What's happening? Thank you for the follow, Dreadifier, Danny Spatula, Mounder, Garfunkel, and T-Mojis, and Gene Z. And they keep on coming. Thanks so much for the follows. Tej, do you know why wait Pete's would not wait for trail? It looks like I'm exiting early when I have two processes. Thank you, Rabbit Random User. So wait for Pete's actually is pretty dumb. It's import ML wait pits is kind of like just a loop where you're going through all of the pits and you're calling is process alive. This is terrible. This is it's a garbage function, but it does what it needs to do. Is no wait for trail. Are you passing in the trail pit? Okay, maybe you're sending me messages on Discord. Yes, you are. Okay. It worked first try. That's OCaml, man. That is just OCaml. All right, got it. No worries. So just a heads up, when you do a spawn link, right, you are saying the process I'm spawning and me, the spawner, will be linked, right? So if the spawned process dies, then I will also die, right? If I am waiting for pits or something, then I will just like terminate and not complete my function or anything, right? If you want to avoid that, you can just use regular spawn. If you still want to know if the other process has died, you have two options. You can use a monitor. So you spawn and then you do monitor and then you put the link there, and then you'll receive a message that says the spawn process died. That will be the one option. And the other option is that you do a spawn link, but you also trap exit flags. And we have a little function here in Riot MLI inside a process called set flags, process flags. Let's see, where the hell did we do? Yeah, here. So process.flag, and you can do a trap exit true. And then any link process you have, right, that you start that dies would not kill you, but instead will put a message in your mailbox. Thanks for the follow, Creamsome XX Mana and M Spitfire. Thank you, Spitfire. Thanks. Today we're listening to one of my favorite hacking albums. Wait Pete's running a busy loop. Yes, absolutely. And that's why it's a garbage function. So the busy loop really is doing all the work here in is process alive, and this thing does yield. So if you have to wait for 1 million Pete's, then you will still schedule correctly, right? You will let other processes do work. But it's still not very nice. I think like a better way of doing this will be to just spawn link or spawn monitor, right? Or just monitor existing processes and then go into a receive loop, because a receive loop doesn't do any work unless there's messages, right? So eventually I would like to rewrite wait for Pete's to do that. But the interface for wait for Pete's is exactly what it needs to be. It's like you say wait Pete's and you put a bunch of Pete's and you just wait for all of them to die. So in process, I actually think we have some functions here like await name, which are a little lighter. So if you have a register process by name, you can use this. We can't really use native C condition variables, Amit, because we're not running threads here. Like a process is just a very, very lightweight thing, right? When you say busy loop, this is not a regular multi-threading Z busy loop, right? The schedulers themselves are using C condition variables to stop whenever there is no work to be done and wake up whenever they are. But we're dealing here with essentially fibers, right? So this busy loop is just executing the fiber up to 1,000 times and then just like pausing that fiber, right? It is still more expensive than using something like receive, because when you do receive, if you have no messages, then you immediately get suspended, right? Until somebody puts a message in your mailbox and then you get pulled back. But it is not nearly as bad as having like an actual while true busy loop in C. Okay, so now we have our little live module, Bazaar live, LiveML, right? And our Bazaar live application here. And I think I need to remove Bazaar live. Cool. So I think I would like an interface type here, right? That says there's some state type, there's some action type. It's going to be a handle action function, right? That will take a state and an action and return state. And we will have a render function here that right now will return a string. And we'll just do that. You could look into coroutines. I'll look into that someday when I have to implement green threads. Yeah, so we're essentially implementing Erlang style processes here. Like down to the process descriptor is actually very similar. So we don't want that. Now we can even look into some of the Lustre code here, right? And specifically the examples. Let's see, where is the link to GitHub? I would love to see a link to GitHub. Nice. Let's see, hello world. We'll start easy. So there is just this, right? Okay, so that's the simplest app you can do. It's just an element. That's not bad actually, right? So if you have a function like element, and then you give me some HTML, right? So that little function just grabs some HTML, right, that you want to render and just gives you back a live component that doesn't do anything. I don't know if that's the way they're doing it, but I can see us doing something like that. Oh my god, my mouse is, I don't know what's happening. It's just not behaving correctly. So I guess today we will be using the Dota mouse. Wow, that red light looks super cool here. Whoa, this moves so fast. I don't know if I can do this. On the other hand, it has some extra buttons that are super handy. Okay, so that's a basic app. That's fine. Nice. Got a model, which we get. Update. Okay. Oh, nice. I love that they have abstractions for this, like stack and so on. Okay. So loose or simple is just a way of defining that module. Hey, Vinit Kimi. Hello, Mr. Nice Streamer. You calling me nice? Huh? Huh? Sorry. I'm clipping. Am I clipping? I don't think I'm clipping, though. Maybe I am, though. I really don't know how to read this because in the hardware I have here for audio, right, it shows me that my volume is nowhere close to clipping, right? I am maybe at minus 5 dB. But then when I look at OBS, it shows me on the red all the fucking time. So, who knows? Anyways, how are you, Vinit? All good? And I think this also is, he's a meanie. As Ryan says, I get power hungry. 20% higher. That is crazy. That is absolutely bananas. Hey, Jogo, how's it going? I think just in case, I'm going to put a... Oh, I have a compressor here. Why do I have a compressor here? Hello? Hello? 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, hello. Whoa, I already have a massive compressor on OBS. Why did I do that? One, two, three. Because if I do that, then I can set it to 0 dB, right? But that makes no sense. Because I am on hardware, on interface, I'm like minus 7 dB, right? And on OBS, I am maybe like minus 20 dB. Yeah, this is a lot better. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hey, call me Chaos. Thanks for the subscription. I just want to put a limiter here. The threshold is gonna be minus 2. Whoa, whoa! So that should be limiting, so it doesn't really go at 0. An OCaml musical. I thought your name was Kaka. Yeah, I know, but I forgot. Thank you, Kaka. All right, folks, focus. So I think this example here by Haley is actually running on the front end, right? Because I see Illustrator, but I see just a reference, right, to an element. And you know how Gleam runs on JavaScript as well. So we're going to go one further up, right? Control inputs. No, this is the same. This is front end and HTTP requests. And I think this is also front end. So I'm getting pings. Be still. Right. Sorry. Distracted. So where the hell are we? I wanted to find an example where where the hell is it? Because Haley shared with me an example that actually uses backend things, right? let's see, visit site. Okay, there we go. So this is an example of Lustra, Lustra, that has an application, a web part, and some socket stuff in the middle, right? So the application is the same as we've been seeing. A message, you got a model, an init, right? With whatever you want there. And an update function, right? And then you have your view, and it does stuff there. And I don't know where this is used, but yeah. And then we have the web stuff, right? And this is a Wisp is their web framework, I believe. So this is a handler, and the handler is this function over here. I gotta admit, I don't really understand what the use syntax, how does that work in Gleam? Gleam run. Docs. Language tour. Use expressions. Okay. All right. So it's just a bind. Callback help, right? That's cool. All right, so that's just a bind. We're binding, and once we have that, then we go to the next one. And use arrow just means there's no parameter there. I think my OCaml brain was expecting to see a unit there, but that's okay. Cool. So we can go back here, and this is just gonna be sort of wrapping things, right? And I would guess then that serve static, if it doesn't actually manage to serve anything under static, then it will just continue, and then you'll get this thing. So the first time around, when you request a page, you will go through here, and then as this loads, this is requesting some static stuff, right? Then it will come back here, make another request, and that will fall into serve static, and that's how you will get the actual, runtime, the JavaScript runtime. On a side channel, I've got Tej trying to use Blink, the WebSocket client, right, to send messages to OBS, to control OBS from NeoVim. So he's got a message, I assume he's got a message from NeoVim sent to the OCaml Blink, trail server, right? That receives the frame and then tries to connect to OBS to forward that frame, right? That message, or do something with that message, right? But they seem to be having issues with the sending, like it's not actually arriving there. Okay, so back here, we have that, and we will kind of need this handler. Not this specific code, right? But we will need something that serves the component, right? So you can actually use it. That might not live inside of Live, actually. So in other words, here, Bazaar, Live, Dune. Yeah, that makes sense. Here, we might want something like live mount, right? And then do module counter. I don't know. I honestly don't know about this yet. Maybe we don't want to do that at all, and we just want to do like right. And just inline a bunch of HTML here that will include the runtime. We definitely want the runtime there. I'm just trying to figure out how to inline that, right? Maybe we do need the trail to include like live. Path. So that way we'll be able to inject the runtime into whatever page or whatever thing you're trying to return from here, right? Have you added not added any rewards or channel points? I have not. I have not added any rewards for that. Just highlight. Eventually we'll do that. So just collect points, and one day you'll get there. Kaka, yeah, we got ASMR keys. How is it sounding? Do you like it? You can guess my keyword. 6 for 12, also known as 6 for 20. How many camels does a camel need to use to pull a sheepful camel? What? Here's a mindfuck of a sentence. All right. Thank you for that, Ethan. You are a madman. Build all the things. And yeah, that's the only way, right? We're not going to stop until we have the entire vertical slice, right? From literally, we built an entire async IO runtime, right, called Gluon, that sits below everything else, right? All the way up to like socket pools and HTTP support and like a web framework and clients and all the things. It's just so much fun. It's surprisingly easier than I thought it was gonna be. It's just a bunch of like, all right, follow the spec. You know what I mean? Like, what you need to do is already figured out. Somebody already did it. In the RFCs, it's like, here's how you do it. So you sit down and you just like type the code. Oh, sorry, I completely spaced out about the language build system idea. Let me get back to you on that. Your brain. Okay, so what we know is that we can come here and we actually can put a page, right? We can do this. This is not what we want to do, but we can, right? So, okay, there's an endpoint, right, for serving the page, right? And the page here is actually, we have a DOM content loaded page here. We have a server component. Down. I need to look into this. I need to see what the hell is this doing, right? Because we are importing the runtime and we're waiting for the DOM content to be loaded, right? And we are already invoking server component here, right? With a route. I don't really see that route defined here, right? So maybe it's here. Yes. Okay, cool. That makes sense. So this also requires us to have a socket endpoint, which we can. And how do they do this here? They just call socket handle, right? And in socket handle, they have the update, init, and request functions, or, you know, update, init, and here's the request function. Which we could easily have, right? We've done this before. So init and update are the same as in Bazaar, right? Here, right? Handle frame and init. We have those. So I'm gonna make a module here. I'm gonna call it mount. We'll see exactly what this looks like, right? We might not have a handle message for now. Cool. And the idea here would be that you can mount your page just fine, and then you have a socket endpoint where you're saying, I want to handle this with live mount, right? Now, I understand that this demo example, just because it's a demo example, right, is not super flexible. So I think we're hard coding the actual demo app. And I think if we search for app, yeah, we have app init and so on and so forth. So in our case, it might be the case that live mount is actually a functor. So we can do something like that, right? What am I doing? I have a functor. I want to invoke the functor, right? Oh, but that makes sense. That is not a functor. Mount should take a component of type interface, right? And then it would return something like this. Excellent. So that type checks correctly. And oh, I love this. So the type of the mounted live component would actually come from the state, I guess, of the counter. Yeah, so the arguments, right? So we could do something like args here. And this would be c.args, and this would be c.state, right? I think the state might need to be a little more than this, but that would be fine. Right, so this is missing an init, right? That takes some args and returns a state. Perfect, so args here is going to be a unit, so we don't really care about that, and we will have an init that initializes the state at 0. So now this thing, right, is missing a unit. No? Oh, maybe I need to do that. Perfect. Okay, so that works. We're not really constructing these things. We will soon, I guess. All right, so that builds. I don't yet know if this is the best way to mount these things, right? But at least I kind of like the interface. You do live mount and you give it the component, and then this automatically extracts the arguments from the component, so you can parameterize that component with something. We will see. Baby steps, all right? Whoa, Dylan! Thanks so much. You're very kind for the subscription. 5 months in a row. Jesus. Damn. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Ryan saying, bruh, haven't seen you in stream forever. Teach is doing Riot Sheet right now too. What? I know. We didn't coordinate that. I didn't see that he went live when I went live. And then when I was live, it was like, oh shit, he is live. Okay, this is what it is. But we have a back channel here. We're talking about, about just that. I think he was debugging some OBS WebSocket receive problems. Like he sends socket message to OBS, but OBS doesn't seem to receive it. Oh no, he fixed that. Okay, so I think this API is okay for now, right? You have a live module, you mount that, you can put that in a socket somewhere, right? Which is pretty good. We can also just do a static element. I don't think this is very interesting right now, to just create an element that doesn't do much, right? But we can do it. Now, what I would love to do is to hook up the runtime, right? And we would have to implement all of this stuff or parts of this stuff, right? Because we don't want your component, to actually get any socket messages ever. We only want to be able to get some of your actions, right? And you will get your actions from events, right? That you will map through your render function. So that's something we need to figure out, right? But these two, they look okay. Let's see how Lustre is doing that. Because we start the application and we start the actor. Okay, so I think they actually start a separate process for this. I don't want to, I want to see more half and half. Damn, deploying already. Create Milan job is awesome. How'd it go? All good deploying today. Nice. Hey, Kamisour, thank you so much for the follow. What do you think, y'all? Should I move these reactions to more of the middle of the screen? Hey, Syed Uzor. I am butchering this name, so sorry. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, Jogo, exactly. I think it would be nice to not have them like immediately on top of chat. Let's see. Elements. No. Overlays. Fuck, which one is the one I'm using here? I am using the coding overlay. All right. Edit. Hey, Charstring. Finally, man. It's been ages. We've been talking on Twitch for a month now, and you now follow me? Seriously? Thanks for the follow. So we have the alert box, and I'm going to move that, let's say here, right? You missed my singing and guitaring. Oh, I'm sorry about that, man. I think the fun part was that, oh shit. Okay, so I saved, so now it refreshes. So chat is gone for a second there. No. Okay, I guess we'll have to wait for chat to come back. The two chats are now coming in Spanish from visiting. Sorry about that. It is what it is. Ryan, yeah, you missed the singing and guitaring. And the worst part was that we didn't realize this with Glitch, which by the way is also called Ryan, with Glitch, that I was being routed through the audio channel that didn't end up in a VOD. So that entire section, right, of the stream is just like, I'm not even there. I'm just playing and you can see me, but nothing happens. But we'll see. I think we might, once we get some goal or whatever, then we can do a music stream. I think Meta also wanted one. It would be fun to do. Just a half hour, 40 minutes or something. Quick, cause chaos. Right. So we would want to do something like this, right? I think we will want the component to somehow wrap your module C so we can spin it and it has its own life cycle. That's what they're doing here, right? They're building a component with all those functions, right? And then they start it. So this process over here only takes care of the socket communication, right? And then it sends messages, right? Posture check and drink rewards. Unlock a random sub. No, I don't care about that. But then I need to find icons and a bunch of other crap. Oh my god, this is. I'll do it at some point. I promise I'll do it at some point. We should involve the kill. No, I don't. Can we drink on Twitch? I don't know. I don't think we can, right? Dylan does? Huh? Okay, we're gonna add one here for drinking and posture checking. And eventually I will update the icons and stuff like that. So it will be 6,000 for checking the water. Wait, how can I can't do that. I need to do custom rewards. All right. Drink water. Hydrate. 6,000 cost. Background color is gonna be some light blue. Cooldown limits. Reduction cooldown. I think every 10 minutes is fine. I don't want to get water poisoning like our friend Nate codes after he got rated by Prime. People just started redeeming hydrate like absolute maniacs. And we'll do a posture check. And we're going to do that also at 500. And that's just going to be a shade of pink. And no cooldowns for that one. All right. Can you see them? Sepping 30,000 points. My God. Wait, you've been following since December 2018? Ethan, you've been following me since that time? I think you're supposed to mark your stream as adult, only if you do. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, poster check. Oh. So this is an amortized data structure, right? The first time you pay the cost, but every further, time you do redeem a poster check, it will be all one. So I don't have to do anything. I just did it, right? It's like an LRU cache. So you've been following since that long? Okay, then I will make you a VIP. 6412. Du bist ein VIP nu. Jetzt. Ryan must have 30,000 points on every channel he lurks. Took 6 years, but you finally made it. Congratulations. Everybody please round of applause for 6412. Okay, so back to this. So we will definitely want to have some sort of abstraction around your component, right? And this is hilarious because we're doing the same thing that we did for Minty, right? Like Minty has this program abstraction that does exactly this. Plus minus a render event and things like that, right? But this will be fun. So we'll see how Lustre component actually works. Because it's building something here, right? And I think it might be a data structure or something. And then an update, which is handle frame, right? We actually get the state. But we need to add it to it. Sleep like the whale. I think you're streaming working on some templating stuff in recent ML. Could be. It's been a long time. My memory is not the best. Okay, so we don't need much right now, right? We probably don't want to return any messages here just yet. Oh, cactus! Oh my God! This has been ages. Yeah. We did the spec for this 6 years ago. I think this was one of the first things I built that was like it's a build system, right? Really. The only thing it does is just template files. We were using Easy back then. It was all the rage. So you define your website by doing routing based on folders and so on, right? And you create these little side files, which are not unlike the Dune files, right? And you have a Cactus project on the top. And when you build it, you get this public folder that mimics the same structure of your project, right, with the rendered outputs, which was super handy for, yeah, we even use sets expressions for the side files. Ryan is playing the long game here. Yeah, I think the older one for this one is... No, never mind. So Cactus, and then when did I beat Hot Stuff? Okay, so Hot Stuff is this kind of the same thing, but 4 years ago and in Rust. And the main difference is that it also includes hot code reloading. All of this stuff, I think, paved the way for me eventually building, inspired by Dune Basil. Eventually, this paved the way for me to build Warp. I really like hot stuff. Kind of nostalgic, yeah. Yeah, it's even the same example, I think, or very close example. Literally the same same example. Yeah, okay. And we also built this one on stream with Pontus and Fernando, another friend who's not terminally online as we are. I'm just realizing I probably want to kill Steam while on stream, because some of the messages that my friends send me there are just not stream proof. Okay. Well, Ethan, glad to have you along for the ride. Okay, so let's look into Lustre and see what the hell a component function does, right? Not Erlang. Did you hear that, Chad? Ever not Erlang. Now we're talking Skid Row, yeah. Interesting. Oh, on attribute changes the dictionary. Oh, I did not see that. I really thought this was going to be a callback. So then when I was reading here and so like application passes in a new dictionary, but this passes the function, I was like, what's happening? No, it's just a dictionary. I don't know what this is going to look like yet, but we'll need to spin up something here, right? Spawn it. And I guess this is what the runtime start really does. Privan, hey, how's it going? Damn, you're touching so much grass, man. No worries, no worries. Go enjoy basketball practice. See you later. You're not a real dev. Hey man, your words, not mine, okay? Yeah, this is so much like Minty. For example, batch is what we call sequence, right? When you say, I have a series of commands that I want to run very close by. I don't know what a Gleam subject is, though. Let's have a look at that. Language store, search. Yo, if you like Gleam, you should go sponsor Louis. Okay. So our component here we get the component here itself is that one, right? It's coming here in T. We want to spin up a process that will handle the life cycle of that. So on handle frame, we'll translate frame events, right, into component events, right? And the component messages or actions, I actually call them actions as well, cool, will be something like this. They will not be exactly that, right? We definitely want an event one, right? They have the advantage of having a dynamic type, which is just like anything, right? We don't really have that. And I think somewhere in here, this will build up the handlers, right? Because we have this on attribute change dictionary, right? And this is a map from a string to a decoder of that returns a message. This decoder is a function that will receive some dynamic, right? and figure out how the hell to put together a message. And a message is going to be one of this, right? So you see here, when they do event on click, they're actually creating this decoder. And the reason we need to be able to traverse the view is that we want to be able to find those decoders, right? And associate them with the right ID. So when the event comes from the DOM, we can actually find those decoders in that table and then call them to produce the message so we can send the message to the app. And that's what's happening here. Somewhere here, let's say event here, right? We got an event with a name on the actual event. And then we go into handlers and try to find the right handler by name. And I think that name gets produced when we start up the process. And then we get a handler and we just call the handler, and then we wrap that in a dispatch and just call dispatch. So in this case, this is actually coming back again in here, right? From event into dispatch. I'm not sure what this actual continue stuff is. I think I was expecting a call to loop. Oh, this is part of Gleam OTP. Tell us how you do. Right, actual continue. Okay. No, I am not satisfied. I want to understand how that works. So let's go into the repo. Where can we see the repo here? I see some little code. Fun continue. Okay, so this just returns continue like that. I guess our start function here is the one that we care about. Okay, we have a selector for messages. Interesting. We used to have this in Riot as well. So you would be able to pass in a function into receive, right? To select the messages that you actually cared about. That might come back because we do have cases where we want to match, right? But when we match with something else, like, in the underscore pattern, we want to requeue those and say like, yeah, put this one exactly where it was. Okay, loop. Receive message. We get a bunch of system messages here. The hell does callback come from? Okay, so we call message. If we get a continue, right? We get a new selector. I need to read more about what the selector is. But there's so much stuff we can learn from Gleam. I feel like they're making a lot of really good choices. I don't know what you folks think about this syntax for top-level module documentation. But just the fact that Markdown is supported here is just a big win for me. Also, I am here for this new line comment for sure, 100%. Okay, so if we go back to Lustre, right? We do start spec. This starts an actor, right? Which defines single function, and that function is loop. So messages that come in are actions that we have defined already, and we have a selector here, right? Self identity. And I guess this means we will only receive messages from ourselves. What? Why? I do like the idea of creating a selector. That might be something we borrow. So when we do receive, you pass in a selector and then we will match against that selector, right? Before sending messages straight to you. I am extra drifty today. Okay, so the basic thing we can do here is I'm just going for the time being to pass in the module, right? We're gonna go into init, and here we'll have a module C of type interface, right? So we can do state and we're going to a loop, right? We will pass in the module C and the state. Something like this, right? Cool. And then we go into the loop. And here we will want to actually do a receive, right? And we want to define our messages. And again, no, that's not what I wanted to do. We can take inspiration a little bit from here, right? We will want to have an event message, right? We don't know the shape it's going to have, but we know it's going to have an ID for sure, right? And it's going to have some body here that right now we don't know what that is. So I'm just going to define all the way up there an event take t, right? And right now we're just going to make that an int. I'm just going to say event, and then we'll get an event t, right? So if we get an event, right, then we'll have an ID and an event here. And I think maybe we will want to do something more, because this will be the component state, right? But we want, and by component I mean not this runtime component, but the actual component that you want to use. Sweet little sister. So we'll need some of those, right? To create our state. What don't you like? Oh, mod is not available. Okay. That sucks. A little better. Cool. So we're going to create a state, right, based on the arguments in the module. And we'll need to have a couple of things here that we'll need for later. And I think some of them are not unlike the ones we have here, right? I don't know yet why they have renderers here. That's okay. We definitely want to have a map of handlers, right? Yeah, maybe we won't pack the module. We'll just unpack the module, right? In here. So we don't need init at all. But we need handle action, right? And this will not be the final type. We would definitely want it to return other things as well. Like continue, some lifecycle methods, right? And then we have a render function that will take a state and return HTML, right? So our handlers are really going to be a function, hash table, right? From a string into, they're calling it a decoder here, right? I think we will mostly have handlers that are functions from events to actions, right? Something like that, right? We don't really need a gedit here. We can just do arg, state, action. It's a little longer, but it's fine. So we just get that, right? We get our T here. And we want to do handle action. That's going to be C handle action, render, C render, right? Handlers is going to be hash table create 0, so it's going to be empty. Okay. Van Halen. What in the hell is happening here? Okay, it's just a bunch of partial matches. All good, all good, all good, all good. Okay. And here we don't like that. We kind of have to do that. Okay, so not so terrible, not so terrible. Ba-da-ba-bam-bam. And we'll do handle event, right? And we'll pass in the T, the ID, and the event, and that's just going to be the thing. Right. So handle event, T, ID, event. So we want to do a similar thing where we're going to go through handlers and try to match the ID of the event to the event to find the actual handler, right? So really this component is the equivalent to, hey Mohai, how's it going? Good to see you, you're doing good? Come with me. So we get an action there, and when we do that, so I guess the reason they're doing the dispatch here, right, and just sending themselves a message is so that they don't have to re-implement twice the whole updating and model, right? Kind of makes sense. So we can do that. We can do send self, right? And we'll do dispatch action, and then we can just loop with t. Oh no. Wait. How is the message action, right, typed here? Does this mean that okay. We have a loop here, right, that defines an action. But I don't see really how these messages that I guess are coming from here message. Let's see. How are we preventing interesting. I get the impression that when you do receive message, right? Select forever. Let's see. How does select forever work? Wait, process is not part of this? Where the hell is it part of? Packages. Okay. Let's see. Gleam Erlang FFI. We have select. Okay, so the approach they have is a lot more dynamic, right? And the selector is the thing that seems to ensure that you only get messages that you expect. So then when they get a message, they can just type it with whatever. Is that how this works? Because I see this message here, action, right? But I don't really see where that type is, how we're hooking up, right? The message that is sent to the message that is received. And that's problematic because in this case, right, we get an action here and we want to be able to essentially do this. And we can't do that if we use a GATT, right? Like that. So you just like push anything into this patch and then we'll get it out. But in this case, we don't know if this patch is, if we're sending this patch on our own, right? We could probably fix that by having a ref, right? So if we have a ref here, that is an action ref t, right? Then as long as this comes with a ref as well, then we'll have a witness of the type, right, that comes out of the handler, assuming this types correctly, which right now it doesn't. And we can do something with that, right? So we'll have to do ref. It's just going to be ref.make. And that will give us an action ref. So then, if we can match that ref with this ref, then we'll be able to sort of recover the type information lost when we add the existential, right? When we put the action in here. So we'll do action ref t, right, like that. So handle dispatch. I don't know if it's going to work if we add this indirection here in the middle. I think not, because it's going to escape. That's okay. We can look at how we did this for Riot, right? In Riot, we have in live a gen server, and we do a very similar pattern where we put together a ref that has information of the type of response that we need to get back. And then we send a call and we pass that ref in. So when we receive a reply and we get a ref, if the two refs are the same, then by type equality, right, that means the response that we got here is of the same type as the response that we encoded in the first ref. And voila, we know what to do, right? We know what's what. If it's not the same, then it's a bad message and we don't know what to do. But I think at that point, we might be able to just to handle dispatch here and just pass in the action. And this would be so close to the handle update that we have in Minty, right? That little loop there. Dave, Leo, I need Riot. I know, man, I'm building as fast as I can. I need help. What do you need Riot for? And how can I be of help there? Mohai, you changed keyboard? If y'all guess my keyboard, I need to come up with something like a reward for people that guess the keyboard. You want to spawn X number of processes for SSG. Ryan, if you guess, you get nothing. But Dave, I want to spawn X number of processes per SSG, one process per page. That's excellent. That's literally what this is for. In fact, server-side render page. What would you do in each one of those, by the way? Because right now, like the Nomad HTTP server, server-side rendering, just so I understand, one request, right? Okay, you want to run server recent react the build time and generate static pages. So with Riot, like let's say we have some function, right, like called generate, right? And he does some magic here. If you had a collection of pages, right, and you wanted to run each one of these pages we generate in a separate process, am I understanding that correctly? So it would be something like this, right? Like that will be the most basic thing, to spawn a process and just call generate to have it do work. And when it's dead, right? You can do task async if you wanted to. No, wait, I think that will work like that. A little more boilerplatey, but you get the point. So this works right now. You can do that. Oh, you interview with Hrefs. Cool. That's too simple? What do you mean too simple? This works. It doesn't need to be more complicated than this. Like every process will do the work, right? If you want to do some more nice or complicated things, we do have a supervisor, a dynamic supervisor, right? That you can start with like max children of like, let's say 100. So then you can do things like dynamic supervisor, start child, right? Sub, and then you can do, right? So you will start up to 100 children at a time and then wait. I'm confused about what you mean by SSR. Because like, if I want to have the regress model from Dream or Express. So Trail already has that, by the way. Like if I show you the little example we have here with Bazaar, we have a little endpoint where we define a router and we have requests in sockets and stuff like that. SSG is static side generation. SSR is server side rendering, as Jogo is saying there. What's the name of the server? So we have a couple of parts here. Nomad is the HTTP support. Trail is the thing you use to describe your server. Tanzania, Bazarito. So what you want to look into is trail. Everything else is like implementation details. Trail. So trail lets you do this, right? Use middlewares, create a router, hook up like a socket endpoint. Trail doesn't know how to do these things, right? But it just lets you describe what you want to do. And then your endpoints look like this, right? You get a connection. In there you have like params and the request object and all these things. And then you can use some functions on the connection module to send responses or set headers and stuff like that. Well, like if you're using Trail, you're inherently using like the stack, right? So you get Riot for free. So if I understand this, Dave, for server-side rendering, SSR is just the server. Like there's nothing new about that, right? You get a request and you render some HTML. Done. Or what am I missing there? Just want to integrate with the server. The one thing you need Dreamweaver. Yeah, this definitely needs some Dreamweaver. Render to string. Yeah, SSG is more a build compile temp thing. Riot is also really fun for these things because it boots like this, right? Really fast. And then you have like, I don't know, 1,000 processes just running concurrently. So if you wanted to do something like SSG where every single build unit, I would actually structure SSG like a build system, literally, right? Do a dependency graph, like grab all your build units, compilation units, right? And treat them as independently as you can, right? And so on. Yeah. I do think that Riot would be an excellent use case for build systems in general, because it's mostly I/O, right? You're not really doing any work yourself. You're just orchestrating other things doing work. Nice. Kind of wish I would have Riot to ssg.docuscience.com website. I have built with Next and React. Yeah, honestly, I think Diogo wanted to build some SSG as well on Riot. 1 second. We're gonna see if we can get channel manager. Let's see. Catching up with the messages here. You worked in Docker Science? Same surprise for me. Wrote some connectors to publish CMS. Nice. Cool. Bada bing, yeah. Riot will have auth, already has it. So Diva, just so that we to give you some context of what is Riot, right? Riot has no clue about what a web server is, or what HTTP is, or how to deal with like web apps or anything like that. It doesn't know about JWT tokens, JSON Web Tokens, or your app. It doesn't know anything about any of that. It is just runtime, right? You put processes on it, Riot processes, and he just runs them as fast as he can and sends messages between them and stuff like that, right? So Riot will never have auth because it's not really that. Like Riot is like the Beam, the Erlang virtual machine, right? The Beam doesn't know anything about the things people build on top of the Beam, right? It's just very, very low level. So most of the time when you're building things on the Beam, right, you don't really go around saying like, oh, I'm going to grab there, I'm going to look at the process tables and things like that, right? You just say, oh, I'm going to use like Phoenix, right? So much, much higher in the stack. So from that point of view, Riot doesn't have those things. But it was misled by the WS. Sorry, what do you mean by the WS? WebSockets? Right. So the WebSocket support we're building is much, much higher up in the stack, right? So Nomad implements WebSockets for servers through Trail. Trail has like the specification for what a frame is and all these things. And Blink implements WebSockets for clients. So it's a client that you can use to talk to WebSocket servers, right? The auth will, I think, as Dylan says, live somewhere in Trail. Like Trail might have some things like simple auth there. But then again, this will be very, 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 very low level, right? If we want to have something like OAuth support, it most likely will be another package that lives somewhere up there, right? That maybe depends on Trail, for example, right? Hey Olavo, I think I'll join the next match. Oh, Sabine, you got the very basic learn area search. Amazing. By the way, I am more than excited to have any of you or all of you, right, working on things like auth Rails or any sort of middleware that we can just drop into a Trail application, right, and just have it working. Trail is essentially like a plug, right, from the Elixir ecosystem. So any middleware that you see in Elixir that you go like, oh, I would love to have this, then most likely we can port it, right, in a very similar way, because Trail has a lot of commonalities, right, with plug as well. So we're still missing a couple of big pieces here for this to be like a real good, reliable thing to build apps on, right? Like SaaS apps, right? And one of those is OCaml, which is being written as we speak by Privan. And that will most likely just depend on Riot, right? I don't know how far up in this abstraction stack this will live. My guess is that we'll start pretty low level and we'll have all the things built on top, right? But essentially, at some point, we will need to have something like Ecto on top of OCaml. And that will be something that Mesa will also be able to depend on, right? The auth Rails got really out of band there. Let's see if we add it here. Nope. Where do we add it? Here? Yeah, that's better. Yeah, so there's a couple of things that in that space. Again, I'm super happy to have folks just poking around and figuring out how to build these things, right? I think Riot on its own needs to have a way of supporting monitoring, right? Like runtime tracing events that we could use to understand what's the health of the runtime, right? That most likely be bundled with Riot. We do have a tiny telemetry package, right? That I built for this purpose, which we might not end up using, but it's there right now. So Riot telemetry. I guess I think I'm misunderstanding you. What do you mean, Diva? Like you're mentioning overload. If it's a runtime and it's spawning things, yeah, okay, I understand what you mean. So for the most part, Riot has tools, or we're building tools, right, to manage the load internally. So this wouldn't be a thing that you just let run, right? And from the outside, you hope that the metrics are not going to go up a certain limit, but rather you're going to build back pressure into the systems you built inside Riot, right? So for example, we have a dynamic supervisor that allows us to keep pools of processes up, with a cap, with a limit. And if you try to spawn more things in there, it will just fail to spawn the new thing, right? Keep running, everything else is fine. And when a spot opens, then you can spawn something new. So this allows you to build back pressure into process pools, right? And that pool is configurable. So if you want to know, right, how much you can actually run, you will have to do some production or staging or some sort of testing, right? Because some things are failing or crashing. So that's another thing. We have supervisors, right, to be able to take care of that. So you don't want to have a system where you constantly have to go in there and say like, oh my God, the processes are dying. Spin them back up with a terminal or something, right? You want a system where the things that are important and need to be up and running are always up and running, even if they crash. So if they crash, we log state, we restart, right? This is the whole Beam philosophy of letting it crash, right? So when you build an application with Riot, kind of like this, right? You have a series of supervisors. So, for example, if this connection, number one, right, crashes, the Nomad supervisor has decided not to do anything about it, right? To just let it die, right? Because if a connection crashes, then we cannot really reestablish it with the client. The client has to start a connection. However, if the Nomad supervisor, right, the thing that supervises all of Nomad, dies, then the endpoint supervisor knows to start it again, right? So let's say you have a bug somewhere in your code and that kills a connection, right? And then you start killing connections like crazy. And for some reason, that makes Nomad allocate a lot of memory, right? And then eventually, one of the connections being spawned actually kills Nomad, right? It dies for some reason. Then the endpoint is going to clean that state and start Nomad again, right? If that restart happens within a certain period, right? Let's say 5 restarts within 1 second, then the endpoint knows that, okay, maybe the endpoint is broken, right? And then it crashes. And then the Bazaar app restarts the endpoint, which restarts Nomad, right? If that restart happens, let's say 10 times in 1 second, then Bazaar app crashes. And the top level supervisor starts the Bazaar app again, right? So this way, in Erlang, and also in Riot, we build systems that pretty much live forever, right? So any transient errors, right, get caught and restarted, and you go back to a working state of the system. So when you build systems in Erlang, right, sometimes you just forget they are there because of how stable they are. And I would love to bring that into... Exactly. So if the logger crashes for some reason, because it's also a process and it can die, right? Then the top level supervisor will start it again. And then you bring things back up. Eventually, if the Bazaar application crashes like 10 times, right, in 1 second, then the top level supervisor gets killed and Riot starts it again, and then we do that. If that happens 10 times in 1 second, right, then we kill everything because there is something so wrong that we cannot fix it, right? But you can see how it's like 10 times here, by 10 is 100, by 10 is 1,000, by 10 is 10,000. If you have 100,000 restarts within 1 second, then yeah, probably your app is broken, right? Resilience all the way. Obviously, these numbers I'm giving you are examples, right? Yeah, exactly. So something is horribly wrong and beyond of what Riot can do. Ah, fuck, I forgot. This would have been so much easier to explain if I actually had this in the middle of the screen. Chad, this is your fault. You should tell me. Hey, Shadowflat, thanks for the follow. Ooh, I got a hydrate now. Thank you. Okay, but let's keep on this thing. So we hopefully get a vertical slice up and running today. Okay, so maybe we'll have to handle that in here. So we have the action, which means we want to put together a new state, right? And we can do that by doing t handle action, and we'll do t state in the action, right? And we can loop with t with state like that. I think this will be the basic version of that, but we also want to be able to notify the renderers, right? Whoever needs to know that we need to render stuff. Funny. So we actually need the ref we care about to go on the right. And I wonder if that is enough for us to just do that, right? No. But that works, right? Because we have that equality there. And I would love to hide that somewhere. Like if you do cast, right? and you get a value there, then you just get the value you care about here, right? We can add that. Ref ML. So our cast function, where do we have it? Is it here? Nope, that was not that. Oops. So we don't have that, right? We have those two types, and we will get a value of AT and BT, right? And we'll get an A and return a B. How is that possible? A, B, and then value. And then we'll just do match type equal, right, of A, B. If we get some, then we'll get a type equality here, right? That will be a witness. And I think we'll still want the other function just to be able to simplify the implementation here, right? Witness value. None is going to be none. Wait. Oh no, we're modifying the wrong file. Riot, runtime, core, ref. No, that's a good one. Okay. So if we can read that, then we have the right functions. Doing format, do build. Why don't you like this? All right. What do you mean unused? Riot MLE, ref, and then we have type equal, right? And then we'll cast, and that's going to have a that interface. So cast ref A. Dope. Okay, now that we have our tiny little method there, we can come here and just add that, right? Probably want to do that as well. Feed Riot, expose ref cast for type. And we'll install that. How's the volumes? Everything good? Getting paranoid over here with the volume thing. Awesome. And we don't need that anymore. Here we can just remove the file. And I think that's build. Perfect. Look at that, beautiful. We grab our our action existential and grab the ref that we put before, and using the ref from before and the ref from now, we can actually cast that safely back into the action that it should be. So very excited about that pattern. I am I'm gonna be using that more often for sure. All right, so now that we have those two things, actually, now that we do that, we can even handle action like this. And that should work. No good reason for that not to work. Perfect. And for every other message, we'll just do loop T. Compiling! Look at that! Nice! All right, it's not doing what we wanted yet, right? But it's getting there. So, yeah, exactly. It's like, mwah. Cool. I am happy with the ref cast. I think it will definitely come in handy. Okay, so let's see what else we need to do here, because we have a new state, right? But we also want to be able to do more things. So in this patch here, right, they're putting together the view, which is something that we also do in Mint, right? Now they're doing a patching here, which is super cool. We can implement that later. Right now, we'll just say like, here's the view, replace the whole thing with that, right? But if we have a structure, then we can figure out what the diff is and just send like, here's the patch for you to like, you know, pluck the changes in and out and so on. Chat, we're getting so close. So close. By the way, Dylan, I'm putting an order for an Elgato. I forget the name. Magic button board thingy. You know what I mean, right? I think it'll be fun. Do you have one already? Yeah, I would definitely let you know. I was at first worried that I would have to buy stickers for the buttons, and then I realized these are screens. They're tiny LCDs, right? Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. I did the same. Literally there, it was me just like clicking on OBS, finding the right scene, going like cam close up, right? And then, okay, make sure I'm clicking on the right thing on my way out of here, right? Coding, and so on. Yeah, I think there's some very small, tiny quality of life things that I could do with that. But I'm also interested in the fact that it's apparently it's aware of the application you're currently focusing. So I was thinking, maybe, just maybe, right? I can make it do things, right? In other environments, like if I am on the terminal, right? I have a button for like git commit, right? And just like push the shit. Okay, just fly deploy. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. It would it would just make it feel a little more real. Like just like typing on things or buttons or whatever. Just have a dial for font size. It's like, we need to increase the font size. Okay, just moving it up like that. Okay, so now I kind of see why they have renderers, right? Okay, I need to ask, should I call you Lube or Simon? I feel like Simon is better. Also, hello, welcome to chat. I hope you enjoy your time here. No way. Just that one button for errors. Well, glad to have you around, Lube. Enjoy your stay. And if you got any songs you want to play, then drop the Spotify link and we'll get to it. Oh shit, I forgot to run Ryan's server. Literally, it returns effects, which are like the commands, right? Okay, so we'll go for now without effects, just returning a state, right? We will include effects later on. Oh, that's excellent, Dylan. That is so good. I feel like I hate sitting down and doing the writing of all the tests. But once I have them, I'm like, thank God I did this. Thank you so much, Paz Leandro, for writing these tests. Yeah, I hear you. The last set of tests we wrote here were for frame serialization on Trail. And it's really just two tests, but they're properties, right? And we're running them a million times each. So we get a random, a million random frames of any of these kinds, right? In and out of the serialization and deserialization functions, right? And they have to be the same, in and out. And I honestly feel like this is a much, much more efficient way of spending time when it comes to writing tests. But I also understand that, we can't always do this. Hey, no good, Nick. Thanks for popping in chat. Hope you're having a good time. You can learn about Phoenix LiveView, right? On the Phoenix LiveView docs. And I'll drop a link here in chat for you to have a look at. And it's super cool, super fun as well. It is not as composable as I would have hoped it to be, right? Which is something we're hoping to address with the live views we're building now. We're going to go deep cuts here. I mean, not that this album is a deep cut. It has the most well-known Metallica song ever. Maybe after Enter Sandman or Nothing Else Matters. I want to check that. Yeah, exactly those two, right? Maybe I know this band. But the rest of the album, though, really good songs. Okay, so we don't have a render here. That's fine. We'll just do and render the HTML, right? Or actually, I think I'm gonna put this one above because it's not really part of the loop, as in a function that eventually ends up looping again, right? And I understand that they're actually building a collection of renderers that are just functions that it's a dictionary, right? So they have functions. I'm confused. Why do you want this? You see add renderer, you can add renderers dynamically. Battery is found in me. What am I missing here? If we go back into the socket, right? We started a component, which is the thing that we were just on, like this stuff. Like, okay, a component is defined here, a lustre component. And it just builds that app, but eventually we call start actor, right? And this thing calls do start actor in very classic Erlang style, which calls app init and then calls runtime start. So essentially we end up in runtime here, right? I'm confused. How are we sending this information out, right? Because we have a renderer, and the renderer is sending a message to this process. Oh, here. Oh, that's cool. So you get a custom message in Mist. So that's what the custom is. I don't think we need that though. To be able to dynamically register things, I think it would be better to, like here, we're already inside of the mounted component, right? So if we do like this, we could do a start link and say, and the first thing we get here is the renderer, which is just a bit, right? So when we do call renderer, we just need to do renderer send, right? And then we'll do render. And that will be a message that we will define. Ideally, we would define that inside of the mount, right? But c'est la vie. We don't care about that. anything. It should be easy to change later on if we need more dynamism, right, in the renderer. Cool. So if we get some HTML there, then we can actually do push, right? Or I guess we'll construct a frame. Yeah, we need to construct a text frame here. That's fine. Boom, done. And I think we actually opened trail already. And if we don't, we should. And for everything else, we'll just return the state. Nothing to do, right? Right, see how they're actually encoding a patch, building some sort of JSON out of that, right? Turning that JSON into a bit array and then sending the text frame over. And then they continue. I like this actor module they have. I'm not in love with the syntax for modules though. Like I think the imports are fine, stuff like that, right? But I'm so used to reading dot as accessing a property of a value, right? If the value is lowercase. Anyways, just a different convention. I'm sure I'll get used to that. Yeah, like at first I thought actor was a variable, right? From somewhere. And I was looking for it, but no. What's happening? Okay, so that should be that, right? We should push the frame. So now we need to handle the handle frame. And I think the only one we care about right now is text. We can handle the rest later. I am telling you what module this is. What the hell? What's happening? So even if I do that, then the inference doesn't quite work. Okay, nothing escapes there. Whatever. The only thing we care about is text here, right? Everything else is going to be an okay state. And when we get that, we will actually just look for the payload. Cool. So if we get a payload like that, what are they doing here? They're trying to decode an action, right? And this is coming from the server module. So essentially we get some JSON, we parse the JSON, right? So we'll need to do a little more here as well. Oh, in their syntax? Yes. I'm not, honestly, I'm thinking about it and I think I'm not that bothered by that. I am very intrigued though by their tuple syntax. Like every time I read it, and I have to mentally go like, okay, that's a tuple, right? Remember, it's a tuple. Like some bits of code actually remind me of Scala. This one, for example, right? There's some lots of Rust stuff as well. This use was complicated to understand first. I had to look up the docs and be like, okay, what does it actually do? LiveView mention, let's go. But then again, I don't write Gleam for a living or at all, right? So I would have to start writing to really see if it's a pain point. Because maybe we get used to these things very quickly, right? You did? Amazing. Yeah, use like our laptop bindings. So essentially, this is gonna replace that with a second parameter function argument that has a function, right? That has a parameter called din and put everything else inside there. So it's a bind. I need to find the right microphone position, maybe there. Yeah, maybe that's good. Get a lapel mic. Ryan, get a type checker, man. The fuck are you doing? 42 years coding and still no types? Jesus. See, that happens. When I I just let nose and I let air out of my nose like strongly, and then he just goes straight into the mic. Who needs a type checker when it goes good? If you can do that, then go for it. But I guarantee that your code is not half as good as you think. And probably twice as good as we think. See? Riddles. Riddles of the mind. Okay, I'm getting tired, so I'm just talking shit now. We want to see how the server actually decodes the action, right? So we want to find out how to do that. She talking is best talking. Dynamic any decode events. Okay, we're deep into Gleam stuff now. Like result try, right? So this is definitely a monadic bind for result. And we're gonna try to run this function, dynamic tuple 3. So now I really wanna, I guess there's no exceptions, there's no jumps here. So tuple 3 is gonna take a dynamic and try to get an integer, right? And some name and some data. And this thing is gonna be a result. So try, right, will just be a bind. So if it succeeds, it will go here and we'll continue the code. Else, it will just early return a result error, right? And tuple 3 or all the dynamic functions return a decoding error. That is very interesting, having a dynamic module like that that allows you to say like, okay, here's some data, you don't know what it is, right? And I will give you functions to parse that data regardless of what the shape is. What I don't know if it's only going to work over JSON or if it works over, like, how does he parse an int out of what, right? It's saying tuple 3. Are we sending an array in JSON and that's how it knows what's what, right? Let's see. I would expect this to be a standard library package, right? Dynamic, yeah. How do you know the type here? How do you know the type? Where's the A coming from? I am so confused right now. Okay, so I guess this will unify all the list, all the functions in the list. So whatever A you have here will be the same A across, and then you'll get that there. Type systems are so, hey, okay? Not all type systems are created equal. They're simply not. This made sense though. I understood what he meant. This syntax also I find it confusing. You have a function called int that has a param, and the param has an external and an internal name, and I think this is beautiful, right? I really wish in OCaml, well, we actually have this in OCaml. You do a name param, you can rename it on the way in, right? That's great. But then when you call it, sometimes I see that this is being called with a colon, which I think made sense to me, right? And it even feels a little small talky, and I love that. But here it's called as a function, and I don't know if that's wrong or if this is also allowed. But I find this version of that confusing. Or from is a different function. No, never mind. I am being an idiot here. This is just a different function. It looks like here this is being called, this from is not the argument name, it's actually this function. Okay, so I don't really need to understand how the whole decoder thing works. I just need to understand what the shape of the event is. And we'll learn that by going into the actual front-end code, right? So brace yourselves. We're going to read some JavaScript. And I don't know where that JavaScript is, but we'll find it. Oh my God, there's so many files. There's so many JavaScript files. Where is it? Internals? I was there, improve? You mean it's this one? So I would 100% write this stuff with Melange Amplify. No, this is handwritten. I have no idea. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe this is compiled. This one's like client runtime. Looks like more of them. It could be more of them. Client component. Wait, I have a link that she shared with me, and I should be able to go straight there. Oh. You ready? Boom. It was here. Illustrated server component. I think this might be calling some VDOM morphing thingy. New custom event. Right. Oh, this is so cool. So every one of these things that is an HTML element, I guess is being attached somewhere, right? Yeah. Into the DOM. And then when we have to emit an event of some sort, it is using dispatch event, which comes from HTML element, right? And because the DOM is this like hierarchical message bus, which is kind of awesome, then that message custom event is going to bubble all the way up. And my guess is that in the other MJS file, in the server runtime, right? Here, the Lustre application, right, would be able to trap that event and do something with that. Okay. What are my opinions on Haskell? No. I know we just do it for the lols, but Nice. This is interesting to look at. It's like class-based JavaScript, but we're returning a new OK, and then we put a function there. And this looks very OCaml-y. Application send, and then we have a send there. Yeah, makes sense. I guess they all inherit, like OK and error inherit from result, right? So we have micro tasks being queued, micro tasks, and then we just call this tick here, and tick somewhere in here, right? It flushes the queue, which just goes over, right, the queue length. This actually sounds like the runtime for executing like client-side stuff. Update this model, queue shift. Unless the effects are the things that come from the model from the backend. Hey Haley, how's it going? FX run from the backend. Yeah, I'm also confused, but you know, this makes sense, I guess, that the server demo is not available in main. It's like, meh. So maybe something is different on main than what we're reading right now. But we were trying to find out the entry point for, let's see, for support for this, right? Wait, this one? No, maybe not. Maybe not that one. Yeah, this one, right? Illustrate server component. Back to the front. No, wait. What we were trying to find out, sorry, we got so distracted, was the shape of the messages, right, that are being sent back and forth. Because we see the data and we see that you get like kinds and stuff here. But in the other side, in the illustrate here, we were looking at decoding the action event. And it was unclear whether this is sort of parsing a JSON array, I guess. Okay, so you're sending an array back and forth, and they have the kind, the name, and the data. So that's the encoding you have for like this, the scheme you have for the events. Cool. Oh, absolutely no worries. Thanks for joining, by the way. Okay, so I think we'll try to keep this simple, and we will build. We need to send a couple of things in the payload, right? There's at least 3 that we saw are being sent here, which is the kind, what is the event that we're getting, right? The name and the data, and data I guess will be some opaque identifier, right? Code event. Right, and we get an event or an attributes, and I guess the name here will be matching up with handler on some level. Okay, so we're missing a couple of pieces still, no worries. So here we want to be able to decode the payload into JSON, and we'll have it decode into a variant, I think. So most likely we'll have, or actually we even have an event already, right? And then we will have something like DOM event. Wait. So we will want to do an event here and do asserted JSON of string, right? Deriving God, please tell me I implemented a pretty printing function for errors here. No, should it derive? Fine, okay, we'll just do Marshall, because whatever. I need to remind myself to build the things I need, that I will need in the future, before I know I need them. That seems like the only reasonable way to go about doing this thing. Leo, hit me up. So we get an event here, and I guess we want to find the handler, right? Or in this case, we just want to maybe even tell the component, hey component, here's an event, do your thing, right? Because we already have that there. That is so confusing. Oh, wait, it's not. It makes perfect sense. Okay, it's a different type, I promise, but yeah. So we can do event, right? Maybe we'll just move that over here. No, we need the event. Okay, so we're not going to return anything. We're just going to do okay state here, right? We're just going to build a couple of functions here, like event. We'll get a ped, an ID and an event, and we'll do send ped, right? And we'll do event, right? ID event, like that. And I guess event here expects access. Cool. So if we get one of those, then we'll do that. And that's the only thing we have right now, so that should be okay. And we will send something back. And for that, we will actually need to derive serializer here as well. Cool. Okay. Saturday is not being that terrible. Let's do an open Riot logger make here. Struct let namespace, and we're going to define this as live, right? So we get a little set of functions we can use. Marshall. Great. We got a frame here. So this will be a render event, right? Insert a JSON to string pretty, and we'll do serialize event like that. Gonna ignore the rest of the OK messages for now, and this one over here. Just gonna do that. Okay. Doing build. Almost there. Not quite yet. What is the problem? So we have an interface issue here. Nice. It builds. Okay. So we have the mounting. We are handling some of the frames. We deserialize it from the event from the DOM, and we send it over to the component. The component will receive that and will execute up, right? Handle the event and find the handler for that event to create an action, and then call dispatch. And then we will go into dispatch and handle the action itself, which will create a new state, right? And then we'll create a new rendering, right? And then we'll call render on that, which sends a message back into the frame, the mounted component, right? And we actually put together an event and then send that frame over to the socket. So I think that's like a very, very small slice, right? Of the backend. And now we're gonna do something cool, and we're gonna build front end, and we're gonna use I think we can use Create Melange app for this. What do you, Dylan, if you're still around, do you think it would be a good idea to use Create Melange app for this, or would you just start like a bare bones, just write some Melange code here? Hey Loller 2456, thanks for the follow. Yes, CMA, just in case, yes. So I was saying that we have the backend sort of first slice there, and I haven't run any of this, but OCaml, it will work. I know it. I just know it. And I like to build a runtime support, right, for this. And of course, I want to do it in OCaml as well, so we use Melange for compiling to a JavaScript, right? And I thought maybe CMA would be a good thing to do here. I don't know. Honestly, maybe not. Maybe it's too much, right? Right. If I delete the app, how much of the scaffolding do you think would be worth it? Because I don't need a server to serve the assets, right? Like I have that. Or like I would be inlining the code or including it somewhere here. Right. Big win is the bundler integration. So what do you think we should do here? because so in the essentially what I think would happen is that in this page, right, I kind of want to do like import some MJS file, right? To get that like imported. We have a couple of routes we could go. I hear you. All ears. Right. I guess the difference there would be whether I want to invoke the sort of the web runtime from JavaScript or if I just want it to run, right? How would I go about importing the straight up compiled melange modules here? Okay. God damn it. Okay, so I'm missing melange. Makes sense. Looking at the example here. Right, so like we don't need something like Riot or stuff like that, right? We just want to grab that, the compiled melange code, right? The compiled OCaml Batman. What the hell? Why is it called Batman? And import that straight into the yeah. So when you hit the server, it will send you some HTML that will have an import that will actually read that file, right? I'm confused. Why don't I see my JavaScript? Where is my JavaScript? Modes melange, right? First committed Batman because he has no parents. Ay, ay, ay. That is terrible. Melange emit. Target output. What is called output? Alias web runtime. Libraries. I guess I don't really need the library stanza. Or do I? And module systems, it's going to be ES6 MJS. I'm just copy pasta. All right, build 9 and 15, perfect. So I can get rid of this. Hey, target dot. Whoa. All right, that did the wrong thing. Fine, I'll settle for that. What? What are you doing wrong now? There you go. Oh, look at that. Habemos JavaScript, everybody. Okay. So, really, right? I would like to... Oh my god, that's going to be a horrible path, but whatever. For the time being, we just want to get that there. So we'll do... Doing build, do an exec. So if I do curl, and this is port what? Right? Then I get that, which means I should be able to go into a browser, right? And see if we're actually importing any. I think we're gonna fail to import the file, which is okay. And of course, I'm sorry, what don't you like? Connection refused, port 8080? Didn't we just do that? What are you telling me? That this entire hand roll stack, handcrafted, has bugs? How dare you? First try, yeah. Thanks, Dilo, for the help. Am I missing a 0 here? What's the deal? Proof types are useless? Oh, alright, this is proof that the types are useless. Sorry. We were doing some type witnesses before that are proofs that of type equality. So I was like, yeah. Compile but didn't work. Yeah, exactly. 0/10. Not like this. Yeah, well, you know, we tried. Okay, everybody, let's play some Dota. I'm confused. Wait, I'm an idiot. This is running on the Linux machine. That's right. Boom! There we go. We are so back, chat. Yeah, look at this. Elements, body, script. Types are back. We are so back, folks. You gotta love OCaml, right? Same here. It didn't do much yet. But come on, give me a break. I'm gonna put something here so we see it if it ever gets rendered, right? Otherwise we will be like, where's my empty string? I can't see it. I can't see it anywhere. Okay, so clearly the network is gonna fail on fetching that file, right? Because we're not really serving the static path at all. And I guess this is a very good time to create a new middleware, right? I wish I could take the credit for that abstraction, Dylan, but Trail is like 80% plug. The only thing I'm adding there is just the types. Like, how do we do the right types in the right way? There's so much we learned along the way of building all the stack, right? From different languages, right? From different stacks entirely. The ultimate goal still is to be able to build all of the crap that Laravel has. Like, fuck my life. They have so much shit in their ecosystem. Look at this. What do you want? Do you want like in-memory thingies? Octane, got it. You want full text search? Scout, done, right? What do you want? Debugging? Telescope, done. You want to manage subscription on Stripe or Paddle? Done. Like, honestly, I'm waiting for the day where this stuff is in place so people can be like, all right, thank you for building that. Let's just build new shit on top of it, right? All of this stuff, all of this empty space, that's where the interesting thing. This is just boilerplate, like plumbing, really, right? Thousands of packages, millions, billions of packages. And not really, that's a lot, but you get my point. Okay, so static, we get a path. We want to be able to read that, so we'll do file. I think we don't have a file. We do have a file, right? We do have. Let's see. Did I import this in the wrong place? Where is static? There. Oh, right. To future world. Boom, there we go. Okay, so what we want to do is maybe just do a cheap stat. So we've got a connection here, right? And we will want to do connection, request, and then we'll do path, right? And I love that this is already a list of things. So we'll just do string concat. And then we'll do file, I think file name. There's a separator here. There's separator, yeah. So this will be our file, right? And we'll do absolute path. It's going to be path. And then actually we can do something better. Cool. So that will be our absolute path, right? And then we'll define open read apps path, right? And then we'll get a file. And then we want to do file. Actually, we need to go into a reader from the read file. So we might as well just do that all at once because we don't really. No, wait. I need to save the file because I want to close it later. The reader, right? So, and then we can do IO read to end, right? Or I think even better would be to do a stat first, so we know how big the file is going to be, right? And then we can allocate the buffer with exactly that size. Oh, apps path. Cool. So we can do data. It's going to be byte string with bytes, and capacity is going to be stat, and then ST. I think it's ST size. So now we can do read. Right? So then we get the whole thing here. And right now we'll just do this. We'll fix it later. So now we get some data. And after we got the data, we can do file close, right? File. And we can do connection, con, send response, and this will be okay, and then we can just put the data there. And then I think the nice thing here will be to actually read and send chunks, right? But this would be the dumb thing to do, and I'm a sucker for doing the dumb thing. Okay, so if I refresh, super broken. It blew up like crazy. Makes sense. So we'll do open Riot logger make. Okay, I think we're gonna need something more than, yeah. So the thing we're doing here is dumb because we're grabbing every request and trying to serve everything, and that's not gonna fly, right? Bazaar live, Bazaar live. What we need to do is, no, Bazaar, god damn it, live, this one. We need to actually tell it, right, what the path's gonna be. So root, right, and then prefix gonna be static. So args is gonna be root string and prefix string, right? So we'll just actually just save that. So if this starts with that, then we'll do that. Else, we'll just return the connection and we'll do nothing, right? So I think that might just be it. Not quite. Getting close. We don't really have a prefix there. Whoa! Oh my god! Tej, what the hell are you doing, man? You gotta let me know you're gonna do this thing first. We got Lane here. How everybody? How are you? How are you? Dirian, see Commander Hero, Subimir. I don't even know. Okay, I need to catch up with the stuff, right? Thanks everyone for the raid. Thank you so much for choosing me, Teach. How was your stream? How are you doing? How was Riot? Did you manage to do the thing you wanted to do? Thank you, Commander Carol. Thank you, Sumbimino, Subirnino. Thank you, Rastlestorm and Pigeon Guided Missile. That's a cool name. Thank you, Silak and Lil Brian 07. Thank you so much for the follow, folks. Yes. Thank you, Stoic Jet Glider. Wags, come on. Thank you, Lane, for the follow as well. Seraxel, Sky Cosiner. Sky Cosiner. Thank you so much for the follow, folks. Yeah. Basement 199. What the hell happened to the 200? Masters Nuda. Oh my god, so many gifts. Thank you so much, Dylan, for the community sub gifts. So generous of your part, man. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sinks123 and Hackney Bro. Thanks, Lord Barbarian. I love that name. That is excellent. Utilitarian Zero, thank you so much for the follow, and El Pataton and Wesley MP as well. Thanks for the follow, folks. Bots1, thank you for the follow as well. Damn, like, oh my god. Yeah. We got a lot done. Change scenes from NeoVim, connected to a bunch of stuff in OBS, and getting close to doing some tweet. Oh, that is excellent, dude. So happy to hear. That is okay. Thank you so much, DavKK, for the follow as well. We have a hype train, everybody. Oh, thank you, Master Snooze. Thank you so much for that. Oh, everybody got Rusted DV, A2303, Marcel Bishop, VMBN, and Seba all got gift subs here. That is fucking excellent. Thank you so much, folks. 86% of hype train. That is excellent. Everything is working great, by the way, Leostera. Really awesome stuff. Although I think I hit some weird memory leak thing, but I'll check more later. Always been flawless and beautiful. Very, very happy to hear that you're enjoying that and Riot is working well for you. Yeah, there are some edge cases. Like, this is still pretty early software. Like, we've been building it on stream for, I don't know, 3 months, 3.5 months maybe now. Like, one of the first streams was in October, right? So maybe 3 months. Yeah, so there's going to be some edge cases, some memory stuff that we need to handle as well. But, you know, like the stuff that you're doing is actually helping figure out what direction Riot needs to go, right? In terms of sort of what are the things that are broken, right? And how we need to fix them. So I really appreciate all of that, Teach. Thank you so much for that. Okay, more follows here. We got Ziggy Kurat and Mikael. Thanks for the follow, folks. So we're actually doing LiveView. We're creating LiveView on top of Trail, on top of Riot, right? OCaml. Oh, 1 byte for the win! All-time record shattered. This is the first time I get this far. Oh, level 4. Jesus. That is excellent. Reynaldo got subscribed. Guariano Guerra as well. Loy K, Vinit K Me, and Memoria de Tucunare. Cool. Memory leaks are totally fine. Just buy more RAM. You hear that, T? It's a skill issue. Just gotta put more RAM in your machine, and it'll be handled. Pronounceable name 1. Yeah, that is a very pronounceable name. Thanks for the follow. Thank you so much, folks. So we're here building LiveView, right? And we're using, and I should do definitely a shout out to Haley, if I type her username correctly, who built Lustre. And the stuff that we're building is actually heavily learning from how Lustre is doing things. Lustre is, if we can find it somewhere here, still in very early stages, right? But it's a very similar thing, right, for Gleam. And Gleam, as some of you may know, is like a typed language for the Erlang virtual machine. So this sort of works like Elixir, but it has types. So of course they have a lot of problems that we have as well in OCaml, trying to do similar things, right? So tons of stuff to be learned here. So go follow her work. It's just pretty amazing. Yeah, it is super unboxed. And we're here now trying to actually serve a static file, right? So we got our first up page sort of rendered, right? And we're trying to import a JavaScript module. And we wrote the little static file server here that should do that. It's just a tiny middleware, right, for your project. So you just like drop it in your middleware chain saying, okay, everything that has the prefix static, then it's going to be served, and it's going to come from this root path. Oh, we got more subs. Holy crap, so generous of you folks. Master Snoots again. Thank you so much. So we want to see, right? All aboard the crazy train! Choo-choo! So let's see what the hell happens here, right? Jump scare. Oh my god. I'm sorry, Haley. Do not mean to scare you. Okay, we're gonna do the dumb thing, right? And we're just gonna do this, right? 8080 static, and we'll do public build. Where the hell's path? We're just gonna copy the path. See, this is why I want the compression to be good in the microphone, so I don't get this like jumps in volume. Oh, okay. So essentially, we just need to do that prefix, and now, okay, better. Huh. So this isn't really finding the file, but the file is there. Oh, it's not? Really? Well, wait, how does it work? How does the emitting work if it's not going to be there? Oh, it is there. But if I call exec, cool, that worked. Yes! Woo! Dave KK, I actually use primarily Tmux, but I use Kitty tabs to handle machines. So this one here is a Tmux session on the current Mac that I'm running. Thank you for more gifts. Holy shit. Yo, Neo Angelism, how's it going? Good to see you around here. Where is it? Dave KK. So this one over here is a machine I have in the other room. It's a big Linux machine, right? And I can show you that here. So if I open HTOP on my Mac, here's what you see. And if I switch to the Linux machine, this is HTOP there. It is a horrifyingly big machine, right? 64 threads, 64 cores. Can do a lot of things, which is great for Riot because we want to use multiple cores and be able to exercise like what happens if you run on these really big machines, right? So that's why I have the tabs, essentially. I'm doing great. Thank you so much. How are you doing? All good? Ryan is also raiding from Teach. I wonder if all of Ryan's tabs are gonna converge into the same person at the end of the day, when everybody sort of goes through the raid chain, right? Raid chain until that person. They do that. Okay. Who do you usually get at the end of the day? A Mirage in the kernel with Riot. I think so. There are some things that we would have to swap out, and I'm not optimizing for that. So like, it's not like we're building something like EIO, right? Where you can literally swap out parts of the runtime or use the environment and the capabilities to restrict what you can do. So it's easier for you to build something that compiles a Mirage. So I would say if you manage to run into Mirage, then it's awesome, but it's not really the use case, right? I think if you want to work on Mirage, then you most likely want to use something like Meow, which Robocop, I think it's here. Yeah, this stuff, Meow. Oh, they have a logo now. Awesome. Love it. Maybe they have a logo here. No, not yet. Meow is a super tiny scheduler. It's not the same kind of scheduler, right? That Riot is. It is doing strictly structured concurrency, so you cannot have like processes spawn and then they have the low life cycle. So if you spin something, you have to wait for all your children to terminate before you can terminate and so on, which is useful for a lot of things. They also have good docs. Riot actually started talking with Dinosaur, Romain, one of the core contributors here, right? Talking about their state module, which is the core of the continuations. This is like the OCaml 5 stuff, the algebraic effects. It is actually not that much. Like this is as much algebraic effects that they're using, and I think Riot is even shorter. Prog state 108. So we have an even smaller like core for dealing with algebraic effects. And that's including a bunch of like logging and stuff like that. Okay, so we got where we got. We can upload, or rather download, some of the melange code into the application, which is excellent. I am stoked. We have a tiny new middleware for serving static files. It is kind of garbage, but that's okay. We don't really care right now. It just needs to serve that file, right? Ryan, who's the other streamer you have? Is it Togglebit? Axolot. Cool. How's their game coming along? They were building a game, right, in Game Maker? School D, yeah, 100%. So we have a little web runtime here, and we'll be writing this in Melange, right? And that will be the front-end part of the LiveView. Damn, folks, we got to level 7 of the hype train. That is brilliant. And we got some new emotes for that. It seems like a bee or something. Dylan, a good chance that Melangify or OCaml script is going to come in clutch for some of this. Yeah, I think so. Especially when it comes to like wrapping some of the APIs from the outside world. See ya, Diva. Have a good one. Okay, so we are here, right? And we want to do a couple of things. Thank you so much, Diva, for the gift before you left. Thanks a lot. So I think the dumb thing to do would be to, in here, right, call something like live component I don't even know how this would work. And then we'll do something like counter, right? And the endpoint is going to be counter. Right? Something like that. Later on, when we replace this string with the actual building, right, of the page with something like MLX, right, then we would definitely have a way of spawning a component by just saying, hey, live component, where's the thing? And then that will turn into this JavaScript. Or that would be the idea. At least that would be the idea, I think. So yeah, we have that. And that spawn function should be able to do most of what we want it to do. So my guess is that here we'll need a spawn function, right? And this will take an element ID, and we'll take a path, and we'll have to do some magic there. And I am so blanking at how we would write this stuff. Element ID and path. We would definitely want to have that element ID somewhere, right? So we'll do div So just so I have an idea of what we need to do, we want to open a socket, right, to path. Yeah, I think that's it, right? And then we don't yet know what the events are going to be. We just want to render something from the socket. And then we'll do the events because we don't have those right now. Or we could do a dump. Hey, pointer to pointer. Thanks for the follow. Feel free to join the chat and have fun here. Why not? We're writing OCaml. Open a socket path. So this is kind of the code I would like to run, right? So MDN WebSocket. Let's see how we do this. So we have a new WebSocket. Is it like Mel? Ooh. And I guess I just want to have a path here, right? This is what I want. I would like to define new attributes. Unboxed. So unboxed. Bam, bam, bam. There we go. This is what I want. Mel new, right? So we get a constructor there, and that's a single or double adds. No, come on. One. Cool. Right, so we'll do socket, socket, make, path, right? So we should get that. That should be what we want. And then once we have a socket there, I think we'll want to send a message saying that it has been mounted, right? Messy. That's not what I would like it not to be this sucky. All right, so I need to do add event listener open. Okay, we can do that. And then we get a function here, right? And this function will take an event and will return a unit. What's happening here? Are we sure it's one, not two? No, wait. It's 1, but it goes to the other end. No, also not. Okay, Melange, come on. Do your thing. Do your magic. Why doesn't this work? Don't give me that semicolon stuff. It's gonna need to be at the end, right? Okay, cool. So we need in our little static thingy to add a little more information here. It's fine. So once we get the extension, we should use some MIME library, right? And I think we don't have one here, but there is open install Mr. MIME. Was that a thing? $1 billion years later. Magic Mime. No, Mr. Mime was good. What? All of that stuff? What do you need all that stuff for? No. I literally just need a dump lookup table. Yeah, that's excellent. That's exactly what I want. Right? And we'll do connection. Say, do we have something for headers? I think we do with header, yeah. And this will be, what is the MIME type we need? Mozilla, who opened Mozilla? You're not doing me a favor. So do I need to return a content type? Okay. Cool. So live doing, right? And we can say magic mime. Magic dash mime. Yes. Cool. So that should be able to execute the JavaScript now, and it does. Perfect. And we blow up. Why do we blow? What happens now? get a 500, but I don't actually see any errors here. Oh, there we go. I think I'm gonna have to make this require the web runtime, because sometimes it's not getting built. What? You still around, Dylan? Oh shit, like I missed so much of the messages. You want to communicate with JS section. It has all the PBX attributes and the section notes. Perfect. Yeah, that's where I am. Thank you so much for the pointer. Sorry I didn't read it before. CD Missman. Hey, CD Missman. I'm writing functions to control JSON schema generation from Golang types for Saturday, and I've never wanted macros more in my life. Makes sense. That must be just a nightmare to do in Go. Okay, let's just, do we have so many messages? Yeah, we have a few. We'll do a little close-up here and see what we get. All right, folks, let's do some reading. I'm so out of the loop. What does the unboxed thing mean? So, neo-angelism. In OCaml and in many languages, right, there is a representation of a value, right, in memory. That usually means just like, how the hell does a language, right, save a value somewhere, right? And in OCaml, you have essentially a pointer, right? Like one block of memory, right? That says this value, the first little bit of the pointer, right? Is an integer, is a float, is something, right? And the rest of the value is like, where can you find the actual value in the heap, not in the stack? When a value is unboxed, it means that the contents will actually be there instead of it being a pointer to something else, right? Which means you have one less thing to worry about. And this also works transitively. So if you have a thing that is not unboxed, right, it might point to a thing that is unboxed. So this is a pointer to the thing itself and not to a box that has the thing one in direction further. Hopefully it makes some sense. And Ryan saying rape? Come on, dude. Unboxed is the new base. It's also the new base. Yeah, it's very unboxed. Probably one send pipe. Oh, Chad, I'm so sorry. I did not see any of these things. These are spot on comments. Thank you so much, Dylan, for the pointers here. Unboxed and OCaml pilled. Yes. I think there's a chance data first piping goes away. It makes sense, honestly. Send pipe is the evolution of sending dick pics. Nope. To make it better scary, the data first pipe operator is pipe dot. Also referred to as Lance Armstrong operator. Oh. Dude! I don't do this shit on your stream. It's fine. What have you made intro with LiveView JS? Maybe we could steal the runtime. It's probably MIT, so. By still, I mean properly acknowledge that it's built by them. We just use them and ship it, right? OCaml community, stop inventing pipe operators challenge. Impossible. Yeah, we also have a backwards piping operator, right? Which is not the same as the application, like add operator. Fortunately, with let-out bindings now, which are way more readable than custom infix operators. Oh, I have recent toggle for the syntax. Thank you so much. That makes so much more sense. I was just so mad at the docs for a second there. Would it be crazy to just use Phoenix LiveView but with a OCaml backend instead of Elixir? No. No, I wouldn't. I think we could absolutely do that. I don't see a reason not to write the thing in Relaunch, right? And own that part of the stack. Maggie Piga, thanks for the follow. David Padilla is John Wick. Suspicious, but thanks for the follow. There is a JSON one that did it. If they did it, you can. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's not the point. The point is like we want ownership of this, right? We want to be able to say like, okay, we have it. We understand how it works, right? We can fix it if we need to. We can change it if we need to, right? That's the point. The name is unfortunate, but they use LiveView.js. Wait, are you telling me that they didn't come up with LiveView? Like LiveView was a different thing that already existed? And then they just like stole the name? Is that what happened, Ryan? Okay, I think we can go back to the coding view. There you go. And we're going to call it LiveView ML. Dylan, the reason I was pinging you was that I need the Melange compiler, right, to always emit the runtime. Sometimes I run the binary for Bazaar Live, right? And it just doesn't compile the JS stuff. It just cleans it away. Hey, Kat, how's it going? Thanks for the follow. Drop in chat, have a good time. I ain't no fortunate son. No, senator son, right? Senator, yeah. Oof, almost done with water. Oh no. So, Elixir folks wrote LiveView, the JS runtime for Phoenix LiveView, and then some JS person used the Phoenix LiveView's JS LiveView code to make LiveView JS and give you a Node LiveView JS package. And you're asking me to do the same? What is wrong with you, man? Jesus. Hey, does Riot have something like Erlang port? Hey, Mandax, I didn't see you earlier, but I'm happy that you're here, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you long enough to wait for the focus to change to my hand, which is a long time. I should improve that. Does Riot have something like an Erlang port? We don't yet. It's straightforward to do, and it's something that with Alice, well-type prophet, well-type witch or prophet, I forget which one of the nicknames she goes by. We were talking about maybe doing that. So you have a process, and then you just spin it up, and then it's just like a Unix process, right? And we feed the I/O, and then we turn that into messages, and that's how you get the output. And you can send messages to it, and that will be the input, right? It shouldn't be hard to build. We just haven't needed it yet. Ooh, Google DevTools protocol. Nice. Yeah, by all means. Emit es... Wait 1 second. No, not Ryan. Ryan, shut up. Dylan. Emit standard library true. Do I need that? I think my problem right now is that I don't even have the code that I wrote. Charge string, no. OCaml, okay, OCaml does have a backend called Carmel, which is non-functional, and do not use this. It's very alpha experimental software that I wrote years ago, right? And it compiles OCaml to Erlang, core Erlang. So you could theoretically write some OCaml and make it run on the Erlang VM, right? But you know, the Gleam people know how hard it is to actually get this right, and how to go from where just a backend compiler for some language to being an actual language. So this is not usable, even though it's cool that it exists, right? So instead, we're building Riot. And Riot is exactly that. Or rather, it's a scheduler for OCaml 5 that brings things from the Erlang VM, right, into OCaml. And by that, I don't mean that it brings the actual Erlang VM code, but rather we have built processes, we have built the same kind of scheduler, right? Message passing that is typed, all of those things from scratch. This is what we built. This is Riot. Thanks for the follow, Solo Rogue. Yeah, a large part of the architecture we're making. We're using Eric Stenman's The Beam book, right? This is an amazing book on the Erlang virtual machine. And he has so many things, right? But specifically, for example, the scheduling, it has a lot of information about how the scheduler works here, preemption and stuff like that. If you go into the proc descriptor somewhere, process state. So the Riot process is a little simpler than this, and it has a lot of some other states that are not available here, right? Yeah. So we're following a lot of that. Well, mind you, this is not an alternative implementation of the Beam, right? It's an adaptation of the principles of the Beam, right, into OCaml. So much stuff. Riot. Holy shit, I didn't realize, like, we're so close to the follow goal. I don't know why I picked that weird 808 name. Yeah. It's been awesome to join my first Twitch ever and from you. See you then. Bye. Thank you so much, Simon. Have a good one, evening or morning or night or whatever. And you're welcome back. It was fun having you around. Okay, so Doom build all. If I do this, what? No, what did it do? Oh my god. Mandax is literally 2 different colors. Hey, I don't like that. Why is she doing that? I will draw the chart, sailing into destiny, closer to the heart. Hey Mandragorax, thanks for the follow. We are writing OCaml. Oh, we got CD Mistman. Thanks for the follow, CD Mistman. Have a good one. Oh, posture check. I think I'm gonna stand. Whoa, the light is so close now. Neon Angelism, redeem, hydrate. Okay, I need to... Ryan! Behave, Ryan. We just did a posture check. You can't do one again. I'm gonna get some water then. Please. I do think I added some limits there. Ryan, you're testing me. Try again. I dare you. I double dare you. Okay, folks, we're getting close. I'm not sure I understand how this is working because it's not. It's definitely not working as I thought it would. So I'm doing a send, and I've got my T first, and I would expect send to be T first, right? So I do event listener, socket, and what I would expect is this to translate literally into this, right? And I guess the problem is that maybe we do that, right? What the fuck? Are you seeing this? Same code, and this is the output I expected. So maybe I'm doing something wrong here, right? Well, the point is that it's not being. The point is that we. I don't think it's that, because we do get the code, right? But instead of actually compiling it the way you would expect, right? It is using the external polyfill resolution, right? Which is not what I want, right? Yeah, I thought so. Kind of weird. Where can I see the options that this is building with, by the way? OCaml 2.2, that's what I'm using. So Melange 2.2, OCaml 5.1. Hey Mohai, how's it going? How are you? Come on, Melange, you can do this. Do we need to specify a module system? Okay, so I'm getting a bunch of warnings here, right, for unimplemented primitives. And I wonder if, I think this is the problem, right? And I would like to get rid of that. I just want Melange to trust me. use SendPipe instead, does it still happen? Let's have a look. It is also happening for new, right? So I don't know what the trouble is there. Yep. I want to go through the doc again and see if I missed something. But thanks again. No worries. Enjoy dinner. And I'll catch you later if you're, I think I'm going to stream for a couple more hours. Probably try to hit the follower goal. See if we get there. Up and down. All right, new to OCaml. No, I want to how-to guides, right? Migrate a script library to Melange. No, I just want to getting started. How do I do my first package with this? Why? I do not care. I don't care about why. Story is completely unimportant. How do I do? Can you please just show me? This is how you do a package. Done. New to OCaml. No. Package management. Open for Melange. I don't care about this. No modules. Okay, this is the first thing I see that I'm like, okay, that sounds relevant to what I want to do. But it's for unpublished open packages, also don't care. Okay. Build system. Oh, why are we explaining all of it? Just give me the thing I need. Don't waste my time, right? I'll come back and I'll read of the history and everything. If I get it working and I find that I like it, and why not? Our library modes Melange. So that sounds good. That sounds like a thing I want. And I actually had something like this earlier. And the name was web runtime, right? And that also means I can actually put it here. So modules web runtime. Okay. Okay, at least I think that will get me the runtime build, right? Every time I build a server. No, it did not. This is not working as I expected to. So I have a library and I include the mode, right? I do have this already. And I have Melange installed, right? So now I want an entry point. And I'm going to be using Melange emit, right? And this needs a target. Which is where I'm going to be emitting the code, I guess. Libraries that it's going to use. Maybe I don't need this at all then. Nope, not working. We have our app mail there. The Melange emit stanza tells Dune to generate JavaScript files from a set of libraries and modules. Okay, so I need to go to the Dune stock. That's fine. Hey, Haley. I am about to throw all the melange stuff out the window and just write this in JavaScript. That's where we are. I imagine that you ended up writing that runtime in JavaScript. Shining endorsement, yeah. For similar reasons. So I love doing, but it's just sometimes such a pain in the ass sometimes. Like I cannot find a way to get it to emit the JavaScript, right, as a dependency of the executable. So sometimes when I run the executable, then it cleans the sandbox and then I don't have the JavaScript. And even when it does so, the JavaScript is not being compiled as you would expect. So instead of getting the nice little output that you would want to have right out of it, right? Like we can definitely do the imperative stuff, right? Just fine in OCaml, which is one of the reasons I like it as a language, right? But the compiler, the infrastructure, like all of the documentation written and so on, is just like, for example, if we go to melange RE, right? I have a very strong like set of docs here, right? That are about like why melange exists. I don't care. Getting started, a lot of talk about package managers and stuff like that, right? But there is no single like, oh, follow these steps to get your like melange library running inside of your project. I can't find any of that. Like you have to go even all the way into language, sort of communicating with JavaScript to start seeing, oh, this is how you actually, interop in some way. But there's no talk about a build system here either, right? How-to guides don't include that. Okay, I found one, but this is about replacing bsconfig. Wait, is this what I'm missing? Melange ppx? The point is, like, I've used Rescript for the better part of a year and a half, and this is literally OCaml for dev, and it's fucking amazing. The experience you get with Rescript is just unparalleled right now. Like, any other compiled to JavaScript language I've used has been garbage compared to Rescript, right? And it is literally just a matter of values. Like, what are you valuing more? Well, 2 years ago, they were in a really good spot already. I think it's a matter of, like, values. What do you say no to, right? If you have a single focus, and the focus is to get people up and running ASAP, right? Then everything else that you do is waste if it's not helping you get there, right? So I love that there's so much emphasis on configuration and so on, but if the focus is to get people up and running with melange, then I think Rescript needs to be something to copy, to imitate, not to say like you, right? What do you say no to, dogs, famously? I'm confused. What do you mean? Like the non-goals, you mean? Like, these are the things that this project will not do or don't care about, right? Partially. I think you're partially right? There is a lot of docs. The Dune docs are deep. There's so much stuff written about Dune, right? Like, all of these ones have, like, subsections even. And you can keep going, right? There's a lot of stuff. The problem is not having a doc culture or not, but rather what are the values that the documentation you're writing emphasizes? What is it optimizing for, right? It's like I've seen some of the docs that you folks are writing in Gleam, and they're amazing, right? Like, I'm able to find the things I want very quickly and just move on. Even in the looser ones that you say like, oh, these are not very good, I need to redo them or whatever. Like, I was able to sort of go through this and very quickly pick up everything I needed. I think, Sabine, I think it's hard to agree on what is unnecessary, right? Because it's hard to agree on what is necessary if you don't have a clear guideline, like a clear goal, right? I know that you're doing amazing work in OCaml.org with the learn section, right? And your focus there is to onboard people, right? So there's so much stuff that you say no to because it's easy for you to say like, yeah, people don't need to have like all of the, like, let's say, type theory to understand how to use this thing or that thing, right? If you have that bar, if you have those values, right, the things that you care about, then it's easy to say, oh, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do that, and so on. And I think Rescript is doing that and has done that for quite a bit, and the results are speaking for themselves, right? Anyways, I'm mostly frustrated that I don't seem to understand like head or tails, where the hell does this come from, or and that. And the code I throw on the playground works as I expected it to. And this is the expectation I've developed, right? Oh yeah, 100% Haley. Like learning how to communicate is so different from learning how to code. Even though you're communicating through the computer, right, in the middle. It's, yeah. This expectation was developed by being able to very quickly do this while running buckle script for years, right? Edit, and I immediately see the file updating. I was like, okay, I know what to expect based on the things I'm writing on the left. And this is not what's happening on the back end right now, right? For example, I get this primitives, right? Warnings, unimplemented primitive. I wasn't able to find anything about them. Let's search specifically in these docs. Okay, so I think that should fix one of the things. Nope, again. But I think that's on me. Yeah, that was me. Okay, so now I get the code that I expect. Great. Now, yeah, hooray. Exactly, hooray. It is still not doing what I wanted to do because I need to build this thing separately and in order, right? First build the JavaScript stuff, then build the other thing. And the other thing may clean the cache or the sandbox. Cool. So now let's see what's happening here. because we get definitely some runtime errors, right? The URL that is not valid. Does that mean I actually need to? Yep, I'm trying to get the, I guess I could just hack that together, right? Right. It won't reuse the protocol, so I guess I will need to do that. Build thing. Why don't you like that? Connection failed. Cool, we send mounted, and then we want to get a message out of that, right? So let's go back to MDN. And we saw that we're using, okay, we have a listener for message. And what do we get here? Event, the data. Cool, so the get. I'm angry. That's why I type fast. It's just letting it out on the keyboard. Okay. We got that. So we can go back to our live module, right? And we're going to handle a frame. And right now, I don't think we have a frame for this, right? Poor Apple Magic keyboard. Yeah, I told you I go through like 1.5 of this a year. The keys, some of them, right? They just stop working. I don't know why. So we open the socket, it's mounted. What am I missing? I don't see the connection. Oh yeah, connect the serialized frame. That's excellent. We get a deserialization error here, right? So in our, we're gonna get a mount event, right? And I forget exactly what that needs to look like, so we're gonna debug it. So that should be failing as well. I love my Apple Magic keyboard. It is a tiny little garbage keyboard and it does its job just fine. Hey Monkey Programmer, thanks for the follow. And I want to do live dot mount. So I'm gonna move these events right out there. And then we are going to add libraries to this. Okay. Fine. We'll make a library for live stuff. Name live, and module's gonna be live, and yeah, just live. And we need libraries, trail, and we need Serde and Serde JSON, and I think that's all we need. Cool. So now we can do modules, right? Or libraries. And I think that might be too much though. Yikes. Okay, so what's the problem here? Okay, so we're gonna ooh, baby. So I can't share the type exactly because Serde doesn't run a melange, right? It doesn't actually implement the same. Sorry, my phone is ringing. There we go. Which is very annoying. But I think primarily that is because I need this, right? Let's see. Why is that module unbound? I have it right here. Library, name, live events. Live events is there, right? And it doesn't have like a MLI or anything that's breaking or hiding things. Right. So if I specify modes, I need to tell it as well, right, that I want it to be built for native 2. Okay. Better, we're getting there. So now I can do live events, right, and can say mount. And this will just give me an option, which no, but this is not gonna work. Thanks for hanging out with us, Haley, and will do. Take care and get better. Hey Krause, thanks for the follow. So the rabbit hole that we're not going to go down into is the one of getting Serde to run here. What I don't remember is what representation will Serde use for this, because it won't show me, right? So instead, we're just gonna do Serde JSON to string pretty serialized event, right? And we'll do mount. And we'll just Okay, run. Show me what I need to see. Oh, it's just a string mount. That was good. That's excellent. So what we want to do is, if we go into mount, right, we want to do a render, I guess, or initialize. I don't know if we initialized already. I think we did. We are the youth gone wild. Okay, we don't quite get there. With surgical precision. Oh, right. We're, yeah. Okay, so we're mounting. That's good. I think we can probably lower the debugs here to trace. All the time. So these should be so much cleaner now, because a lot of this stuff is just trace level logs, right? Like most of the time you don't want to see how the parser is finding headers and stuff like that, right? Yeah, this is more reasonable. We get a request here, print it out. Hey, Boston Mass, thanks for the follow. Yeah, look, this is perfect. We get a favicon, we don't have that, okay, send no found, done, right? I would even argue that some of this stuff we don't care about, right? Maybe handle connection we want to see at the end, but I don't know. How's it going? So we sent a mount, and we got an event mount there, and we are mounting, but for some reason we don't do much more. Why? We send that to the renderer, which is this process, right? And I guess we should get here, but we don't. But it's too late. Okay, so we go all the way down to sending the message, right? But it just seems that our socket here, right, is not receiving that message. And that's not a problem with the code we're writing right now. That's a problem with, I think, Trail or maybe even one level below, right? So if we go into Atacama, right, let's see, the connector, receives, let's say 100 micros. Okay, that's weird. Because 100 micros, that should be fast. That we should get into a receive timeout pretty quickly. But we don't. So I think we have a bug here. Crazy week already. And we still have half of it left, so we'll see where it ends. I know, right? The magic keyboard doesn't sound half bad. But full disclosure, I actually have a dedicated microphone just for it. And I do quite a bit of EQing on it. So this is what it actually sounds like, right? Right? Very flimsy, very like plasticky, right? And then when I put the EQ on, I just get rid of most of the high frequencies and we get this. And it's actually kind of nice. It has some meaty body there, right? But you just gotta know how to bring it out. So I wonder why this is not timing out after 100 micros, right? So now I would say, yeah, let's run this thing with quite some logs. No, my God, how is it possible that I always hit the wrong module there? I call this thing the worst possible. I'm actually going to rename that. And we're going to save it as main ML. Done. So it'll be so easier to find. Cool. Done. Should never get in the problem in the way. I should type main and there it is. There we go. So now we can do runtime set log level, right? Some debug, and we should see tons of logs. But hopefully this will tell us exactly what's happening, right? Refresh the page, come here. What's happening? Oh, we're going to do one more thing, and is we're going to reduce the number of acceptors, right, to 1. So we only have one process really listening to things. How was that? Red. Okay, so this is all the stuff, right, that happens. It's not that much, just barely a page of the screen, right? To set up the server with a single thingy. I don't know what happened there, but okay, so our timer is timing out after 100 micros. Micros? Why is it micros? I thought it was nanos. Oh, we do that, huh? So the minimum resolution that our timers have is 1 microsecond, which is completely fine. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so that timer is working fine. I think the problem is that this one over here, when we do connection receive, that one is not. Because if we go back to the application, we see the timer somewhere in here, right? Create a timer with 100 micros, that's excellent. We run the process, right? And we hibernate it because we have a timer and we are on a receive, which makes sense. So the timer wheel runs and it's now comparing now with the sort of time. Some timer will end that and it's telling us that the timer has timed out. We can probably hide that line though. And we see timer timed out, and then we hibernate the process number 10, right? We remove the timer and it gets canceled, essentially. So that's a lot of redundant logging here, but that's fine. And we saw that this timer was created on scheduler 35, right? So eventually we should see that process coming back to life here. Running process 09, right? On scheduler 35. We have canceled the timer 11, right? Which was the last one we run. Which is okay. This is just a receive timer, right? Once it runs off, right? Or we get a message that it gets canceled. And we ask if the process has timed out its receive, and then we go into the receive timeout call. And if we go into Atacama, that should be this branch of the code, right? So we should print out message timeout, try and receive. Actually, we won't because that's a trace and this is debug level. Now the next thing that happens is that we're trying to do a syscall, right? So we didn't have any messages on inside, right? So we're just gonna try to read from the socket directly, right? Why does it say timeout false? Oh, sorry, there is no timeout at the moment, so it can't die out of that. But we create a system called timeout, right? And this will be 5 seconds, and that's configured way earlier, right? And in my head, we should be able to override that, right, on individual reads. Because otherwise, this thing's just gonna run forever, right? I mean, not forever, but we don't want to wait 5 seconds between messages, right? Inter-process messages within the runtime. It's no bueno. Hey Neo, when are we doing a music stream? Soon. I think we'll set up some stream goal or something like that, and if we get there, then we'll do one, or not. Maybe we'll just do one day. Yeah, I think it'll be a lot of fun. What are we listening to? Helter Skelter. Ooh. You'd be surprised though. The kind of stuff that I usually play, right, is more. Okay, so here's a song that I love playing. That Professor. Oh, you wanted to go even further in that direction. Okay. Okay. And an overcast plane just taken away. The edge of your mind, living is good. Death metal or hard techno or trance. I'm more of an acoustic kind of person. I don't know. No, I don't know you anymore. Oh, no. Hey. Okay, I want to stop that. I love that song, but it makes me cry. And we need to finish coding, so we're gonna go back to something a little more upbeat. And I don't think I knew I do any trance or death metal or hard techno stuff, right? We can try. Definitely. The last time I played, it was some Pride and Glory. You know, like Zack Wild. Might be a little too light for you, actually. But we can play some Black Label Society. BLS. It's all right. We're just going to have fun. Okay, so folks, it sounds like we have a bug deeper in the scheduler. Because this thing should, okay, it's not a bug deeper in the scheduler. It is just, I guess, a limitation of how we're building this, right? Because when we create our transport here, we use the transport configuration, right, to create a reader and a writer. And when we do that, which is sort of what's enabling the same code to be able to run over clear sockets or SSL like TLS sockets, right? We get a reader and a writer, right? That the connection is going to use under the hood to do a receive call or a send call. However, our receive call here will read, and the reader is actually pretty dumb, right? The reader uses the underlying source and the underlying source's timeouts, right? So either we find a way of saying, hey, at this point, I would like you to, time out after like 1,000 micros, like 1 millisecond, right? Or less, 500 micros. So if you are timing out there, then we go back here and we wait another 500 microseconds, right? To try to get a message. So either we read from the socket, right? Or we read from the mailbox of the process, right? And we just like change. No messages in the mailbox, try to read from the socket. Nothing in the socket, go to the mailbox, and so on, right? Because eventually we'll handle the message, right? And just call handle data, and then handle data will say we're good, and then we can continue, and we go back to the mailbox and just switch between the mailbox and the socket, right? But doing this means we will need to thread, right, through here a receive timeout. And that would mean we'll have to go into read, right? And thread in a timeout through read. And read right now, the IO layer here, right, doesn't actually know any of that. It doesn't have a concept of a timeout. And like, I think it's okay if we did that. Like, worse things have happened, right? But I would like to understand, maybe we need to come up with a different abstraction for this, right? Like, for example, maybe when we have a connection, then the connector itself has an extra process that is a socket, right? And that thing is just constantly in this receive loop, right? And whenever it gets some data, instead of trying to call the module directly, it sends the data to us, right? So it will pop up in the receive loop, right? If we did that, then we wouldn't need to add that extra timeout. We would have one process constantly checking on the messages, and another process constantly checking on the socket, right? I think that could work, because essentially the try receive downwards, right? This stuff is for handling the connection, and the only thing that is about the inbox mailbox is this little loop here, right? So we could, right, say receive loop and do that. So this can actually wait infinitely. And the main difference is that when we get handle data, right, this handle data would actually be part. Wait, okay, let's think that through. Because if, let's say we move handle data to be part of the mailbox loop, right? So now we don't have an exception here, but we do have essentially like data really message that comes in, and in here we would call handle data, and we'll pass in data and the connection, the handler, and the context, right? And now we can call handle data, right? And if we say continue, then we just continue looping, right? If we say close, we close the connection, right? With my first clean chest, crack it open. Before I use it, I lose my cool. So how do we switch handlers? I don't know. I'm not convinced by that. We may want to have a separate process, right? But the problem we have in a separate process here is that we have a single state, the context, and we need to be able to thread it through both, right? And if we update it in one place, then we need to update it in the other place, right? So that's why the easiest thing to extract is the receive loop, right? to say that thing is going to be running on its own. But one of the problems I see is that, let's say we go through the loop, right? We spun up the receive loop here, and it's just reading like crazy. Amazing. Just reads. Eventually, we push the messages, right? We essentially send a message, here. I close the thing on the right. We send a data message, so we call handle data, and we do some things. Now, the handle data function says, all right, we continue, we loop. That's okay. Because all throughout the time, the receive loop has been continuing to receive, right? Now, if we say close, then we can call handle close, and here we can even kill the receive loop, right? That's fine. Now, when we do a switch, oh wait, it doesn't matter, right? When we do a switch, we call handle connection, and the handle connection goes through the stuff, and we do whatever we need with that connection, right? And the receive loop just really needs the connection. So it could be as dumb as just this. So we send finish. What do I say? Send connector data, and we send the data. Okay, I think I like this. We'll say data of byte string t, and then the other one will be finished, right? So now this thing just loops, receives, and just gets data out of the socket. Now this thing here will one by one handle, right, the data points as they come in. It will switch handlers if it has to, but it will always only consume the data here, right, through a message. So that means it will be sequential. Okay, so now the one thing we need to do is to spin up the receive loop as well, right? So in our init function, we are right now just calling handle connection, but we need to do receive. The receiver is going to be, I think we need to do a small link here. And we'll say the connector is going to be self, right? And we need the connection, which is called con. Okay. I don't know if that's the worst idea we've had on stream today. That's not very good, right? Line 2, line 27. Connect to acceptor pool 27. We tried to bind. So why are you not liking that? That probably means somebody else is running on your port, isn't it? Let's see. Yeah, we got someone here. Hey, Code Helix, thanks for the follow. Okay, that's unexpected. Oh, but you're still using bytes, dummy. Yeah, of course you're gonna get that. What were you thinking? Okay, that's fine. We're gonna fix that test some other day, not today. So that means that what we didn't entirely break. So let's see. I didn't need to do that, but we're here now, so we'll finish with that. So I also have a small HTTP server here, right? And usually just run OCaml over that to see what happens, and you're broke. Whoa! Seriously? That's gonna be the error? Reviving is forbidden. What are you talking about? Okay, so not always. I don't know why not always, but let's see. HTTP server. We're gonna run you with some debug. That makes sense, right? We expect to see something like that because we just have a thing constantly trying to read and then timing out, right? Do we? Shouldn't the timeout be quite big here? Like 5 seconds? So that's no good, right? And I think the problem there is that we are not killing that bit. So we want why are we not killing that bit? Would we all say? Okay, see, that should not be happening, right? talking about. It still works, but something wrong with the machine. Okay, so that's a well-behaved request. Let's see how it works. We initialize the connection with file descriptor 5. We got a receiving process in 108, right? Bring in the big guns. We're gonna do runtime tracing, and we'll see what we get. Yeah, this looks like it did the thing, right? Let's go down to where it begins. Okay, it began. So line, not so much, not so far down actually. 107, but why do we have so many processes? We're gonna do the dumb thing. We're gonna say acceptors 1. Perfect. So now the 8th one is the one that's Borcan, which is good. Running process 8. So which one is the 8th one, right? I think maybe 8th one is the looping process. Yeah. So process 9 is the one waiting for IO, right? Okay, so maybe we have done something dumb here. When we get a loop, we'll receive, and this will never end, right? Call handle data, and that's because we need to pass it to finished. Oh my god, finished. If we do finished, then we end. I think that actually should do the trick. And my guess is that this will actually impact latencies a little bit. But we should mostly, oh, look at that. Problems. What happened there? Did we not get an empty out? So I don't see 129 running anywhere. Has it died already? I've been searching low and high. I asked the Beatles, I asked Timothy Leroy, but he couldn't help me either. So this is broken for many requests, but I want to see if the premise works. So we're going to install it anyways. Handle message rendering. And something went horribly wrong there, but I don't see the messages though in the runtime here. People forget. Okay, so that does work. We have a bug in Atacama and how we handle that, but the premise sort of seems to make sense. Stands. I just don't think we're sending the right data in socket though. I wonder if I need to just push this even further down. Living for keeping. Okay, so that works, but it's not, you know, it has bugs. It is buggy. There are some bugs with the life cycle of this thing. It's not getting killed in time. Which is strange. What I'm considering now is that maybe we want this to operate, right, in a non-blocking, right, way that doesn't retry. So in a much dumber way, right, where you call receive, and if there's nothing there, right, then you just get a nothing there message, right? Yeah. So what's happening here is that when we go through the loop, we check the inbox and see if we have any messages, and we don't. So we're going to reading, right, from the socket, try to receive data from the connection. And in here, we have a timeout that has been specified ahead of time, right? And that timeout is pretty large right now, right? So it waits maybe 5 seconds. Right. The socket isn't really blocking, right? Because everything we have here is async. But the receive call, right, actually schedules a syscall, so it will be retried until there is data, right? And once there is data, then you would do something. So it is blocking, but it's not blocking the scheduler. It just blocks this process. And one way to fix that, if we go into the HTTP server again, just to make sure that that works. Yeah, that's fine. Performance is garbage because of the debug logs, which are super expensive, but at least yeah. But we can actually configure this. So nomad takes some nomad config, right? Where we have a couple of things, like the request receive timeout, right? Well, if I drop the timeout, I expect other things that are a little slower and need the timeout, right, to fail. I don't even know if this is used. So if we go here, no, I need to configure the transport. Like here, right? Receive timeout. Let's say I do 2 milliseconds, right? And for the send timeout, so right now these are set at 5, both of them. Wait, did it get installed? Yeah. So some of this, like this one got fine. I think it's just because, no, the cache is disabled. Second request is not even getting through. I don't know why. What? Why are you getting stuck there? Receiving process message? No, you should be saying message timeout. Yeah, this is not behaving as I expected it. So the behavior I expected is essentially this, right? If I use that timeout and that's the default, then I should be able to run that and get both of these things served. Oh, maybe I fucked something up in Atacama. Let's see. Oh yeah. Okay, one thing there, right? And I think this is gonna complain. Installing. Installed. Yeah, so we get stuck there. And I think that's going to be regardless of the timeout that we pick here. So even if I pick like, 1 millisecond for that timeout, we're getting stuck here in the receive call. I don't get it. Why are we getting stuck there? Now we would see actually the recursion if we were recursing. That's what I don't understand. Because I understand I was getting stuck in the connection receive, right? Right, there's definitely something wrong with the receive with the after. Oh shit, we got 800 followers. We're 8 followers away from our goal. Crazy. So that loads everything correctly, like you would expect. Even sends the message that we think, and we receive it, and we fucking receive the message, right? Here it is. And we process it, which is what we want, right? It's coming in from the socket. And there, right? This is where we actually get stuck on the on the receive loop, right? So it sucks because in both cases we have an operation that either has a timeout that is not working and it has a really long timeout and it needs that timeout, right? Because clients are slow to send data. Hey, unknown sector, thanks for the follow. No, the WebSocket actually still has a connection open here, right? And I can see like in the timing is that it's not closed yet. Like the socket is open and it should be open, right? It's meant to be open since it's a WebSocket, right? Like it got upgraded to that. I think these are problems with Riot, like bugs in the scheduler itself that we need to figure out. Thank you so much, unknown sector. I really appreciate that. If you got any Spotify track you want played, just drop a link and I'll make it happen. I feel like I want to listen to some Rush. Like vibration. Okay. That hell of a Freudian slip. Click the WebSocket here. Yep. Whoa, this is new. Can I see that for everything? I love that. This is excellent. This is exactly what I wanted a couple of days ago. I see that we're receiving data, and I actually see that data is being received here, right? Got event mount, which is great. And we handle that event, right? We call the mounting function, and we send ourselves a rendering message, or rather not ourselves, but the endpoint, right? So the architecture here is a little bit like this. Let's see if we can find that. So there's a browser, right? And it opens let's say a socket, right? And then the socket asks for like, can I upgrade to the server, right? And then the server, okay, that's not how it's gonna work. Whatever. So the socket gets upgraded into a WebSocket, right? And then when that happens, right, in the backend, we actually spin up 2 processes, right? So we spin up the endpoint, or rather the mount process, which is the one that's handling the life cycle. So this one, right? And we also spin up the component, right? And the component is your stuff, the thing that you are building, right? And the mount is just like, boilerplate. So the browser now, sends a frame to the mount, right? And then the mount sends an action to the component, right? And when the component is ready to render something, the component sends a render call, right, to the mount. Component, there you go, like that. Action render. And then the mount can forward a frame to the browser. But they're not really talking to the browser, they're talking to a little runtime, right? So the browser is really running a little live runtime. And that little live runtime is doing that, so we can replace live runtime here. It's more like that, right? In reality, this WebSocket and the mount are actually the same, right? So maybe I can that. Socket, upgrade into WebSocket, right? Then when you receive frames, then it goes into the component as an action. And then the component sends back a render, and then the WebSocket sends this is actually much easier to read. No, actually, the problem is that this little arrow from a component back into the socket, right? So this action render, I think I could do a group here. That would be helpful, right? Group. Is that not how I do groups? Section. What are you gonna do? Subgraph, that's the one. Subgraph. What the fuck happened? Okay, I don't know how to use this tool clearly. How the hell do I wanted to group things together and this is not doing what I wanted to do. Okay, whatever. So essentially, these frame calls, right? These are socket IO. This is we reading from a socket and writing to a socket, right? And that's happening in Atacama, so layers below. And it's happening here, right? You do connection receive, we get some data. Eventually, you call some write functions from the connection in Atacama, right? And that works fine, right? And then this action render are happening inside of Riot, right? So it's already, we got something from the socket and we're trying to do some work internally to tell the socket, hey, please tell the browser to render something for us, right? And that is happening here in this receive, which I know it's called the same thing as connection receive, but this receive is part of the runtime and it's for a process to receive a message within Riot, right? Like a Go routine reading from a channel sort of thing, right? It's green threads, so the messages are all within Riot. It's just the data structure moving around, right? So what's happening is that we get a frame, right? And that frame is, I'm gonna, where the fuck was it? Oh, so much shit open. Here. I'm gonna put it all the way up. There you go. We start a socket, right? And we send the frame mount. So we go from browser, live runtime, socket, upgrade, WebSocket, right? And then we do live runtime frame, and we get a frame. Now that frame, right, is being handled perfectly here in this branch. We deserialize it, we get an event, in this case it's mount, right? We call component mount, right? And that goes into the current component and sends that action. So one of the things that we send here is not just a WebSocket action, it's also mount, right? We send that mount message. Now our component, which is living right up here, right, is in a loop as well, and is receiving these messages. And it gets the mount message and it calls handle mount, which prints that we're mounting, gets the new render, like the new view to be rendered in the browser, right? So this is mounting is happening here on the right hand side. I need to switch. Oh my God. There, right? And then we call render. And what render does is that it prints that we're going to render hello world, which is the view, but also sends a message to the renderer. The renderer is a WebSocket, is a mount, right? So this thing should be printing handle message and getting the render message. So it will get the render message, it will turn that into JSON, it will pack it in a frame, and it will send that frame over to the live runtime. Now, that stuff is not happening. Why? Because we never actually get into this handle message call. And this is not happening because we never actually receive something. We always time out and we go straight into try receive, right? Which means we go into connection receive, which means we're gonna wait 5 seconds until we get something in the connection. Does that make sense? Like, I know there's a couple of like layers and things going on, but hopefully that made some sense. Exactly. We never actually managed to receive in the WebSocket here, right? Here, this render message. We never actually read it. If we got it, then we'll be able to put it in a frame and send it to the runtime, and then the live runtime, just mutate, would update the DOM, right? Yeah, so the logs that we have, like, thankfully we don't have to do a lot of guessing. We can just see like what's happening. The logs that we have indicate that when we load the page and everything loads fine, right? And we send the mount message, right? We see all that stuff here in the logs, right? We get a bunch of crap. There's so much data. But eventually, right, we see that the connector is saying receiving process message, right? And it says message timeout because we haven't gotten a message in our inbox yet. Try and receive. And then it receives from the socket. And then we go into the network, right, traces. And that's just going to wait for 5 seconds or so. Which is a bad idea. Yeah, I know. It's like the easiest kind of programming, right? Yeah, like this is the easy part. Like so easy. And note how hey Jogo, while you're still here, did you know me? You know me for years. How is this a surprise? Let me say that again. Jogo, you know me. You've known me for years. How is this a surprise? Gets real intense. Yeah. I'm actually super happy with how the colors are looking on stream right now. I do like how the color grading ended up looking. And I'm looking there because that's where I see myself. Like I'm just checking the stream right now. That's the visual feedback I get. But yeah, this was nice. I do think I will end up getting a second pair of lights, just so that the shadow on my face is not as pronounced, right? From the right. And I can play around with that. Like, and I can actually just like take it down all the way if I want, right? And just make it more dramatic or not. But you think it's great already? Yeah. Wait till I get the second one. So, for example, here, right, on like this part of the face, it's completely dark. And this is just me playing with photography, right? This has nothing to do with the stream and coding. It's just like Leandro wants to fuck around with lights. Seems to be hours only lonely. We're close. We have a problem. We have one fucking problem. Fuck. One fucking problem with the way. I just explained that, but we'll do it again because all right. So this is the architecture, right? And you can't see that because you're seeing me. Okay, coding 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Let me just catch up with chat real quick. So I see all the time that I've done things like 8 issues like that happens to me eventually. I found it low, but it takes time. Kiyov, Leo will be here till OCaml is as ready. Yeah, 100%. I am the man with a mission. Getting OCaml ready. Okay. I need a transition animation. It's like, wah! You know, fuyo! What's the name of this guy? The emotional damage guy? Anyways, you get what I mean. I'm not allowed to do that. Imagine every transition. Emotional damage. Anyway, so from scratch, right? Browser uses a little runtime, right? And sends events into the runtime, and the runtime eventually updates the DOM, right? When it boots the runtime spins up a socket and does an upgrade, right? To get a WebSocket. Then the runtime sends frames. When it sends a frame, it will send some event there, like mount or some action. And then it expects frames back, right? Every time it gets a frame, it will decode it and do something with that frame. This is their architecture overall. Now, the WebSocket, right, is an internal process. So it's a Riot process, right? And this is also an Atacama process, right? That's handling that specific connection. And we'll see how we deal with that. But when we get a frame and it's mount, then we go into the component, and the component is the process that runs your live component, right? So your live component doesn't even touch the browser ever, right? It's just saying, oh, I define my own actions, and I want to be told about like mounting and action, like click or whatever, right? So the problem we have right now is that, wait, before we get into the problem, as a component gets things, right? Essentially messages coming in, right? We are sending messages back into the WebSocket process, right? Saying, hey, here's something for you to render, right? So in Minty, we did this by making it sync. When you call update state, right, you immediately call view, and then you get the new thing that you need to render, right? And that was that. And maybe that's what we need to do here to get this working with the current state of things, right? But here's what happens. When the WebSocket process that is currently reading from the socket, right, getting the frames in and out, right, receives a render message, right, it can get stuck in one or two ways. Either it gets stuck receiving internal process messages, right, or it gets stuck receiving the next frame. Again, yeah, absolutely. So right now the WebSocket gets stuck either receiving internal messages or receiving frames, external messages, right? So the WebSocket is sort of alternating between receive from my mailbox to see if I have something to render, right? And read from the socket. It cannot do both at the same time. It can only do one thing at the same time, right? If we do a receive, we have a timeout there and it's very small. If we do a large timeout there, right, then we get stuck in that receive section, and that's literally a bug we have right now, right? So if you do a receive after 10 microseconds, it just for some reason gets stuck, bug, right? Or if there is no messages, right? So we time out immediately because 10 microseconds is a very, very short time, and if there are no messages, then they won't arrive in 10 microseconds, right? Then we go into reading from the socket again. And if we go into reading from the socket again, that means we will wait up until, right, the connection read timeout time, which is like 5 seconds. And that works fine, that timeout, for regular HTTP stuff, right? If somebody opens a connection and doesn't send you a body within 5 seconds, then you time out. You want to do that. You don't want to have a connection open forever. But here, right, it's a little different. Okay, ideas. Go. So my flow has been explaining this for a bit. Your connection is cutting, no worries. So the first thought I have is, okay, what if we remove the, just to get this running now, right? What if we remove the handle message? That makes sense, Diva. We are not receiving a ping from the browser, so it's not that. I think eventually we will need to implement the ping pong, and it's not that hard, right? We get a ping, we reply with a pong. So I can implement the ping here, like I receive a ping, right? And I just do push frame pong, like that, right? But in the tab here, right, you can see the ping messages. And I have not received any ping message from the browser. The receiving end being the server. Because in this case, I can guarantee you that the entire stack does not care about ping pong. And I know that because I wrote it. And I said, I'll implement ping pong later. All right, but y'all, this has nothing to do with WebSockets, nothing at all, right? The problem is that on the one side we have a bug on the message received in Riot, and on the other side we have a timeout problem because the timeout is really long, right? But that makes sense. It makes sense for that timeout to be long because it's meant to be an HTTP request timeout, right? Not a frame read timeout. And the problem there is that we would like to be able to do those things at the same time. But right now, either we get stuck in one because of the bug or on the other because of the long timeout, right? Like I could, if I come here and I add a sleep, and this is gonna sleep this process, right? Then that will leave plenty of time for the message to be sent, right? And then the next time we go in to receive message, then we will have the message there, which means we should at least see one render here. And we do not. But look, this is what's happening. Live, this is the component. Handle message, excellent, rendering hello world, that's the component, right? Excellent. We never see handle message and rendering, right? When we see that pair, that means we are on the mount, but we're not on the mount. We never get to the mount. So the component ends up there, right? We have a payload of 30 bytes. We are about to send those bytes, right? And wait, is that what I think it is? Yeah, okay. So that didn't really write the thing. And I think that's because this should be fin true. So look at that. If I remove that line, that sleep, and we refresh, then we send a mount, right? And we could see the component mounting and saying, oh, we're going to be rendering that thing. But we never see the auto red stuff, which was handle message and rendering, right? We never see that. Because mount, right, is too slow to put that message in the mailbox so that the next iteration, right? So that the next iteration actually gets it. If I add that, then that works. At least for the first frame. So refresh. And you'll see a patch there. Boom. Excellent, right? And that's beautiful. But this only works because we slept this process, the WebSocket process, we slept that one, right, for like 100 milliseconds, which is more than enough time for the component to put a message there, right? So that when this continues the loop, then it will have a message and it will be able to get it. Hey, Big Time Tapping, good to see you around here. I think we're mutuals on Twitter, right? So, if we remove that sleep, right? Then the message is not there fast enough. So by the time we go into receive, right? We just don't get it. And I could do something like give it a gross timeout like that, you know? And maybe that'll fix that. But I don't want to do big timeouts here. What the fuck's happening? And the reason I don't want to do big timeouts is that this timeout here literally affects the throughput. So this timeout is going to fuck with the throughput, right? But it might just work. Yeah, I know. It's not working. We read the first request fine, and when we go into the next one, it's just not doing the thing. And I don't know why. It should. Off-the-shelf distributed message bus to implement the pops out within clients. What? What are you talking about? We don't need that. We can definitely do everything inside the same VM, right? The same Riot runtime. You can also do like an external pops out for sure, right? Like Kafka, RabbitMQ, or stuff like that. You don't need it. You need it if you want to scale a lot, right? Oh my god, no, I would never use Redis. It just does way too much. I'm scared at how much Redis does. It might be really good at it, I don't know. But it just does way too much. Last time I used Redis, it still was a key value store, right? And it had a formal pops up in which it would just send you a message to wake up, right? Whenever a key was modified. And I thought like, okay, that's good. I can live with that. I'm just scared of services that will do a lot, because usually the let's say the patterns, right, of performance are very, very different. I replace on-prem Kafka instances service in every Walmart in the world with Redis streams. Decrease so much complexity in code. I'm not saying it can be done, and Redis might have gotten a lot better over the years. But in my experience, it's like, just grab one thing, right? What's your problem? You do PubSub. Perfect. Do that, right? That's why I really like Kafka. It's like, that's what it does. Sure, you have a lot of things around the Kafka ecosystem, like connectors, you have the registry and so on, right? Rabbit is very good as well for that, but it also does a lot, right? Which I don't like. Because the more they do, the more, more likely are they to do things poorly. But also, the runtime performance of a lot of these things are just very different, right? Like, your key value store will have a different performance profile than a message queue, right? So how do you optimize that at scale? By optimize at scale, that's a bag of buzzwords, right? It could mean a lot of things. So if I change that, then I think we can make this work. I am just annoyed that it doesn't work from what we want. What? Timers, -1 timers left. So I think we have a bug in our timer wheel. Yeah, if we get here, then we definitely have a bug in our timer wheel. But that's good, because if we can fix that, and I think I know where that bug could be. I think we don't need any of those, actually. Move timers, we don't need that. Every scheduler has a timer wheel. So if you look here, right, the third scheduler at least since I removed the process stealing, if you spin a process, it's like, okay, you're going to live there. Great. We'll have to redo that. It was looking fine, but the moment we started testing, the server's higher level abstractions, right? Then it started breaking like crazy. So now nothing is removing the timer, right? So the one place where we remove a timer would either be I think this would be the best place. But what I don't like is that this time heap is fucking slow. This is the only reason we have a timer count, really. When we add a timer, right, we do that. But otherwise, if you call cancel timer, right, then that gets marked as canceled. If you call remove a timer, we remove it from essentially the timer references. Rabbit is rock solid, but it's also written in Erlang, so it makes sense. Kafka can be rock solid, but you need to have a team that understands how to operate it, how to set it up. And that usually means it's going to be C++ people or deep, like, performance Java people, right? I know this guy that he only writes C++, right? He wrote his own client for Kafka because he didn't like the other clients, right? And he works for, any company that needs some data pipelining built, right? And he builds everything, right, on Kafka and C++. That's the thing he does. He is a digital plumber, and those are his tools. And my God, the throughput of the things that he builds is insane. It was eye-opening working with him. But it's not for everybody. Like, I prefer, after my experience at Spotify building like PubSub things, I prefer to use managed services. Like, for example, GCP PubSub. Is it a pain in the ass? Yes. It has a lot of problems. Back then we had an issue with multiple delivery, and sometimes a message will get delivered like 4, 5, 10 times, right? Which in a service that has many stages, that sometimes meant you send one message and that replicated like into millions of messages, which is crazy. Kafka is overkill for LiveView PubSub. It depends. It depends on what kind of traffic you're running and what kind of latency needs you have, right? If we're gonna run it like for the 4 of us, then yeah, most things are gonna be. I would say most things outside of Riot are gonna be overkill, right? Fascinating to say. So, okay, if the only place where we're removing things from the heap is here, then that means here we can do a decker t.timer count. So if you cancel a timer, we just mark it as canceled, right? Eventually, when we go through the timers and oh wait, some timer. What is this doing? We take one of the timers, right? Returns the minimum. Okay, if the minimum element is happening later than now, then we don't have to do anything. Okay, that's good. Otherwise, we get one timer, right? We run it. If we get none, that means we need to take it out, right? And here we will do the decrement. Yeah. But again, like Redis, Kafka, RouteMQ, right? There's VernaMQ as well. There's many other options out there, right? They have slightly different use cases. They have very different runtime profiles, right? Like RabbitMQ gets really memory hungry when you have a lot of messages, especially when the messages are large, right? So you would want to have less machines that have a lot of RAM, for example. Sure, tunable in the way that you use it, and it's very application specific, right? But if I needed something durable to be able to replay things, I think for the most part I would just use Kafka. So, Riot. That's good. That is very good. The fact that the timers are not going negative. So maybe we'll right, we have a crazy high timeout there. Maybe we can make it a little shorter. So I think 1 millisecond shouldn't be that big of a deal. I'm tempted to go to half, like 500 micros. Let's see. No, I don't think that was it. Wait, that was it? Are you serious? Looks like that was it. What? So let's try something, right? We'll do mount. I don't know. It's like yeah, this shit happens, right? Holy fuck. I was so angry all along, and now it's like it's like anticlimactic. The fix is like, oh, we forgot about like a timer, and we just like get that out of the way, and it runs. Try with 333. Faster. I'm gonna do 250. Okay, we can do 333. I think if we go too fast, then we will actually break. Like, I think, I don't know. Like, this is clearly doing the right thing now. Like, it's not getting stuck in a receive, right? Well, fuck my life. All of this works. Okay. Oh! Fuck you, computer. Wait, no. Please compile. I love you. No, 42 is too small. I think 42 will break. We're here betting now. Electronic leprechauns. Wait. Dylan sent a link. We should open that and see what's that about. Oh, nice. That looks really good. Hey Dylan, if you're still around, what was the main difference between the the usage of Kafka you had and the usage of Redis streams you had? I need to figure out what the hell Redis streams are. Append on a log, implement several operations to overcome random access in one-time complex consumer groups. Right. So this is Redis response to message queuing, right? Wait. Random access in one time, I hear they say, and accessing any single entry is ON. Okay, radix trees. Why would they use this? That's strange. I mean, not that I'm an expert in this stuff, right? What am I looking for? What's the name of this thing? Transaction log. No. Append only log. AOL. Oh, I remember this post. Yeah, okay. What is the log? Log structure data. I think we're getting close. I forget exactly. I'm trying to find the name of the data structure that Kafka uses. Anyways, interesting that they use a radix tree. Because I don't understand how the radix tree gives you an O1 axis. I'm definitely missing something here. One already had a primary service and they couldn't cookie cutter. It was way more simple to integrate than Redis and Kafka. Makes sense. Yeah, Kafka is a pain in the ass to get up and running, right? The library that I remember the most using for Kafka is Broad. This is actually written inside of Klarna by this guy, crazy guy, Ivan. As in, like, great programmer. And the amount of things you need to set up to be able to consume, right, and produce messages in the patterns that you want, it is very heavy. It's not for the faint of heart. Like, yeah, this is an example of how to use it, right? Like, you start a client, you start a producer, you start some producer sync, right? And then you need to set up topics and topic subscribers, right? My God. Here's the supervision tree for that. Yo, I know we're gonna be porting next. Excited! More Erlang stuff we get to move around. Okay. The hell's happening here? All right, we were here. So it looks like this worked. Ah, look at that. If it's too fast, then we enter the same problem. But I think that in 5 seconds or so, right, we will actually get there. I think. Yeah, we did. 10 seconds, but still. So I'm gonna go back and put that not at 42, but 500. I think that's reasonable. We still have the problem, right? 420, okay. We still have a problem, right? No, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna. I don't like that. I think the problem we have is just that receive takes too long, right? To timeout. I remember talking about performance. I remember the days that MongoDB was like, oh yeah, we have this like amazing throughput, right? And it turned out that they were losing writes everywhere. If you don't know who Afir is, Afir. No, Jepsen.io. This human has done so much work for distributed systems. It is insane. Don't mention that name. What happened? What did I miss? Oh, Mongo. Okay. Yeah. And there's... oh, love that. Nice. Several talks that I've done and several analysis, right? Over the years. You know, this is a many, like, oh my God, they should be sorted up by time. Jesus. Yeah. And you can have a look at this. Over 5 years. And I think one of these ones, I think it might have been the 2015 one. And it was a shit show. Like they were guaranteeing a lot of things and then they were not happening. Yeah, if you're using Mongo, you should almost always be using the majority right concern. Anything less is asking for data corruption or loss when a primary transition occurs. Yeah, I love that read. Mongo is a blemish on web dev, but log search. They probably fixed all the things by now, right? I don't think that they would still be around and be legit at all for five more years, right? If they had not fixed the problems they had. But I don't know. After you do something like that, people are look at you like, 500 is fine, said Choco. And Redis hasn't been analyzed in a while. I wonder why. Kafka should have a few, just one. Okay. FaunaDB, more recent. Foundation, no Foundation DB. Red Panda. So Red Panda was a service that I wanted to start trying. It's an alternative to Kafka that is wired protocol compatible, right? Yeah, this stuff is hard. It just takes a lot of time to get all the bugs fixed. Yeah, see, okay, that's another time where we didn't get it in time, right? There. So I think the reasonable thing to do here, right, now that we've fixed that problem with the timers, would be to figure out, actually to retry. Oh no, fuck, we removed all the code. We could retry the splitting. So we have a process that does the reading, right? And then a process that does the receiving only. And maybe that'll work now. They're on the same day as my conscience seems to be. Oh, my love is vengeance, it's never free. I blame you. No one bites back hard their anger. It's empty as my conscience seems to be. This now the free. Before I use it and lose my cool. And act like a fool. Anything evil. Whoa! Diva, thank you so much for the follows, the subs. We got subs for Jcred Studios, Kara, Sia, Sixer or something. Whimsically Made and Don't Be Bad. Thank you so much. I thought you had pinned it on purpose. It's fine, man. No worries. These are your points. You can do whatever you want with them. Okay, so this is probably gonna break. It broke. It def broke. Okay, it worked, but weirdly. What? What are you talking about? Name already registered at the Camel Connection sub? What the hell is going on? I know what's going on. Okay, best of luck, Dylan. Have fun. And let me know what kind of interview are they putting you through. Because I also went through that. So that doesn't break like we expected it to break. It does break though. Midnight deploys, big time tap in. Sounds like a bad idea. Fuck, it's 3 in the morning here. Okay, so that it's not so bad. It is bad though, but it's not so bad, right? To have that separate receive loop like that. Like there's a problem here that I want to sniff out, right? Hey, Wombat. I'm just very stubborn. Anybody can do this. You gotta sit down and do it, that's all. Why do we have 2 listeners? I don't get it. $17 and $10. Who the hell spawned you? So we could do something dumb here, right? And we can check if process is alive, right? Connector, then we'll do that. So Receiving socket data, I don't see that, right? No, I see connector receiving. That's the message we had before. There. What are you talking about? What? We don't have that anymore here. We literally removed that line, receiving ... Why do you see that there? Doing format, doing build, add everything, amend, OCaml install. I do not get it. Wait, I had an instance of this running in the backend? That's why we couldn't bind before? Don't cry. Okay, interesting pattern. I don't get why this is happening like this, but interesting nonetheless. Because we're starting the connection, right? And then okay, I think we need to revisit the life cycle now, right? Because before, this was all very tightly integrated, right? And I think right now we have a problem with, I want to see that, 94438. Okay. 94438. Cool. So we were here, right? And then immediately just we go back in time, right? No, that takes 2 seconds? Almost exactly 2 seconds. Why exactly 2 seconds? And then we try to do a read and whatnot, and we get everything out there. And here we have another jump, right? what's happening between those two lines? Because this should be two separate processes, right? And when one goes to sleep, the other one should be able to continue to run. Okay, this is going to be messy, but we'll do it. I think I'm going to disable the application level logs. We'll just see the runtime here. There's a big jump there, right? 5 seconds. And that makes sense. That is the read timeout. Okay, so waiting IO loop, accept, perfect. This is more accepting, right? And eventually we create 2 new processes. So one really, 09, that will be the connector. And we run process 8 and 9. And 8 wait. 8 is accepting. Right, so 8 is the connector, the one that accepts. But why are we linking that to 6, 9 to 6? That makes no sense. We link 9 and 10. Let me check that. So when we call init, this is happening on a new process. So this should be this one. So we make a new process there. But why are we already registered for accepting? Oh, okay. So 6 is the dynamic supervisor, the pool of processes, of connections, right? This makes sense now. We make that PID there, which is slightly larger than everything else. I don't know why. And then the 8th one, which is the accepting loop, that just goes back to accepting, which is great. So we can now look through these logs for 09 or 010, right? And see if we find something interesting. 9 will be the receive. What? Why do we have a 10th process? All right, that makes sense. No, this makes no sense. Is 9th? So who gets spawned first? I'm confused because I expected the 10th process to be doing the receive syscalls, right? What? Also? And they're using the same token? No, different token. What is happening here? I don't like that. I think we have it should be an easy bug here. Because this one over here should not be reading anything. But we don't know what the handler connection does. Okay, so new plan, right? When we enter the loop, we spin up the receive loop. So handle connection is the first thing we do. Oh my god, this is driving me crazy. We handle connection, and then after that, right, we can go into the loop, and in a loop, right, we can spin up the receiver, right? So we will get the messages. Insanity. So as long as we're handling data, we're good. Whenever we want to do handle connection, you mind. The things you do. Now you're just losing your mind. See you, Juggo. Have a good one. Now you're just losing your mind. Right, that makes sense. So if we kill a process, which this is not something we've been doing, right? Then when you go into the handle syscall, line 236, marks waiting IO. Interesting. So this is currently being executed, right? And between the time that handle syscall got called, right? And this line, we are actually killing the process. No denying. Line 490. On the killing floor. When you saw you found, Lord, banner riding. Lord, no denying. $7.90. Fine. We will add a timeout to the receive method. So we can do 500 micros, 500 micros, and repeat. We will do that. Which means we need to add timeout absolutely fucking everywhere. But that's okay. That's okay because luckily we own everything. I'm kinda sick, Lord, kinda down, truckload of trouble, Lord, be what I found. It's a time to get away and all the spoken problem done. Lord, gotta find my home. Dun, dun. No time to think. Serve me a drink. Gets me a frown. Need to find a smile. I walked a mile. 155. Dun, dun. alone. So we'll do a match and timeout, right? If we get none, then we'll use the global timeout. If we get some, then we use timeout. What? Okay, so it's not compatible. We read file timeout. That looks fine. Oh, right. Buffs. Cool. Done. We can call read now, and we can say, okay, This is going to be the override for that specific call to read. Is the camera moving? Am I moving to the side? Maybe? I don't know. I swore that the camera would be a little more to the right before. I don't know. Let's see, we can recenter on the close-up. That's great. Coding. Yeah, a bunch of shit is gonna break. Of course. What are you talking about? More stuff broke? What? Fine. Come on, install. Hey, Aqua Fortuna, thanks for the follow. What's the problem here? libnetml 136. You don't like that? Huh? Oh, makes sense. Makes sense you don't like it. I don't get why you pass. Riot should fail there. I am so confused. Does that mean that Riot it's already installed? What? So now we have OCaml. And OCaml has a problem in the connection module. So that should be obvious here, yeah. 43. No buff like that, buff like this, right? What in the fuck? So we need a timeout here of and this just dies like that. Why? sure there will be a lot of timers being created, but does it even work for a single call? Damn. Yeah, so a single call works fine. But when we go bananas on it, line 184. What? No, that can't be that. Consume ready tokens. Inside the process. Get ready tokens. Oh, okay. The registering. That keyboard sounds glorious. Yes, I know, right? It is just insane. You don't need to spend thousands of dollars, right, on a magic, amazing mechanical keyboard. You can just get one for $100 Apple Magic keyboard, and for another $50 you can get a shitty microphone. And then for a little bit of EQing that you can get for free on most software, DAWs or even streaming or whatever you use, then you can tune it. Yeah, it doesn't sound half bad. This is good load testing, right? Like, the computers can't handle this speed. Okay. Bad file descriptor. Why is it bad file descriptor? Is it because it's closed already? But in case, we probably don't care anyways. That is not a very reassuring error. So all processes got hibernated. Okay, so we added the thing. Ooh, great song. Young man, mama was gotta live for, tossing the shuffles of everyday war, searching for some trouble, Lord, but I'm sure he'll find. Spend your whole life fighting, son, meet your dying time. It's a shame, Lord, the trigger bit's only friend. Oh no. And that's right. They don't give a damn what fate awaits the machine gun man. I don't know how to harmonize. What could it be? What could it be? What could it be? Why are we? Why? This makes no sense to me. Leading my way, baking a time, saving mine. It's a shame, Lord, the trigger bit's only friend. Okay, so if we remove the timeout, if we use the default one throughout, right? Receive, reader, and that goes into the net receive, right? And then syscall receive. Then that should be the same as us specifying a rather large timeout, like that. Yeah, okay, that works. I keep on running, baby. I keep on running, but I just can't hide. So I wonder how low can we bring that down, right? Before it starts doing bad things to our processes. And I need. Me a river, wash my blues all away. Cry me a river. Take me away. Okay, if that works, I'm gonna be very happy. No, that did not work. Just broke. Hey, how'd it go? Nice. That's super cool. So I'll share some notes from when I interviewed with them as well, privately. All right, so this is not perfect, but it is doing the thing we want it to do. So let's see. If we go back into the bazaar, right? And we run. What? Oh, no one rogues well? Oh, fuck. So you're gonna fail here as well? I don't think so. But maybe there's some like IO read somewhere. Yep, we have an IO read somewhere. Because we didn't install OCaml, right? Makes sense. So, what do we do there? Split proc read. We're gonna do an amend on that. I'll say state use receive overrides. Ronnie, hey, thanks for joining chat. Hope you're having fun on the stream. So what was the issue? The process be hitting its max allowed open files? No, we're not getting there. The problem we're having is that we had a bug with timers, which we fixed, and then which was literally an off by one bug, right? And once we fixed that, we tried to thread through the receive calls, so to read from the socket, and override timeout. So you can say, I will only wait for 2 milliseconds, right, to get some data, and if I don't, then I want to just do something else, right? And when that value is very low, then we have some issues with the life cycle of the syscalls in the runtime. We try now depend on the process state, and the process state sort of gets marked as this or that overreading, right, over time. And I honestly, I just need to sit down and map out, like, okay, this is the process state, this is how it gets like modified over the life cycle of a process, right, and figure out what the bugs are there. Because if I don't do that, then I won't be able to tell why we're getting into situations where a process is marked as dead, right, finalized, and yet it gets run again, which is a no bueno. Oh, you get to work on Melange full time, dude. That is very, very enticing, isn't it? Okay, we're back here. I'll move the window so it's not bothering chat. We can get rid of that. So I expect this to load the page, load the runtime, open a connection with the socket, and actually get a message back from the mount message that it sends. And it does not. And that actually makes sense. Mr. Melange, you gotta help me here with something that I don't know how to do. Like, I just wanna say this executable depends on this JavaScript. Please build the JavaScript when you build the executable. How do I do that? Nice. So we'll see a bunch of logs here, but that's okay. We can shut them up with a debug. Boom. Console. But that means this goes back and forth very quickly. We have like 7 milliseconds, something like that. It's not as fast as it can be, but at least it works, which is like priority numero uno. And that means here we'll get a message, patch, right? So what we need to do is just coming along. I think I'm gonna do something dumb here, and I'm just gonna do. This is probably gonna be terrible, but let's see. What? Jason Barr, Steve Zero. Okay, that's probably gonna be terrible. That is not what I want because the runtime representation of melange objects is different than the one that I have here. So I will have to do some horrible thing like JS.json, parse exception, and then I get a JSON object, right? And then I can do something like JSON. Oh, come on, TypeSense, just do the thing, okay? Why do I always have to fight you? So this is one thing I think Rescript got just perfectly fine. It is trivial, right? To write a record and say like, I'm gonna parse JSON into that, right? And yeah, it is unsafe as fuck, but it is trivial. So if you own the data on both sides, it's like essentially an object magic, and you're good. Because the representation of the object seems to be the same as, yeah, the rest. By the way, Dylan, I think if you want to get good data interrupt between like the browser side and the backend side with Serde, we need to get it working on Melange at some point. Because otherwise, the representation from Serde is not the same as the Melange representation, and that kind of sucks. But we can make it be. So when you serialize something in the backend, OCaml, right? It gets serialized exactly into what that type would be serialized in Melange, right? So then the Serde, like the deserialization in Melange could just be JSON parse, right? And the serialization could be just JSON stringify, right? Assuming that you're using the shared code base, right, for both. How the hell do we do this? We want... All right, I get an object there. It's just that the serialization to JSON, right? That Cerde currently supports. It's obviously a different runtime wrapper, right? A different object. So mount gets translated to mount, and then patch of string gets translated into patch, right? And then you have the string here, right? Nice. Yeah, so I'm considering like if there's an easy path for making Cerde just serialize things the way that Melange expects them in JavaScript, right? Then that'll be dope. Pain in the ass. I think Rescript got rid of that. They might have strings these days. I think Jogo, he was here up to a second ago. He recently opened a compiler. Yeah. For performance. I don't get it. Like, strings are interned in JavaScript, right? I don't know. I feel like I would go the C way or let you override explicitly the numbering they have, right? So if I define fields in certain ways, then maybe that's for a reason, and that would align with how some of this stuff works in the backend as well. But honestly, I think the right call here would be to just use strings for the tags. With variants. Okay. Yeah, I imagine. Like going back and forth in the FFI, that can be fun. So we're gonna do an ugly thing here, and we're just gonna do event parse, right? And how the hell do I access a property? I want to access a property parse like that, right? And then from there, I want to do 0. That will be the string. Patch. This is probably going to blow up. Syntax error. Okay, so yeah, Rescript definitely, I think, also did the right call there in moving into strings for this. It is just so much easier to debug stuff. They have some bugs, and as I was saying, Jogo filed a bug for a problem they have with open variants, right? In this and this, and using strings there. But I don't like. I would like to see data to justify using an integer there, where a string would be just so much nicer to work with. I think my only V8 strings interned. Okay, that's blocked. So the main thing here is that literal strings are interned, right? Which means there's going to be only one, and then everything refers to the same one. If you modify the string, then it becomes a new one, and then it points somewhere else, right? That's my understanding of the behavior. If that is the case, then having strings should not be a problem, right? Because then it doesn't matter if you have a million objects of the same tag, same variants, right? They will all just be pointing at the same string that you're expecting to be immutable, right? Because it's interned there. And if something changes, then it becomes a new object. But I don't know. You know how JavaScript can be. Alternatively, they could use symbol, right? To create a symbol that carries that string, and that will be immutable, because the symbol itself is immutable. Yeah, this is the thing. Some strings, string literals in particular, are internalized by the engine. Where the hell did it go? Collected into a single string pool. Whenever you use a particular string literal, the internalized version from this pool is used, instead of allocating a new one every time. What are we listening to? So this is the object, right? And it is very unfortunate that we cannot do uppercase properties in functions and stuff like that. Okay, cool. So that solves my problem. It's horrible, but it is what it is. Hey, Rabico, thanks for the follow. Oh my god, this is so gross. What I'm doing here, but what are external inner HTML? We're gonna do T and a string and a unit, and this will be inner HTML, and this will be set. What? Oh, right. Boom! Hello world! Straight from our server. Yes! It's a working! And now we'll do one tiny message and I think we'll be okay. So really when we do a mount, we should know what events we have, right? We don't know any of that crap right now. Yeah, hype! But we can do something dumb for the time being and just say, okay, when we spawn, we will actually set up event listeners, right? For like clickers, stuff like that. Let's see if we, oh, right. Cool, so we get the event there, and that's some garbage event I put together, so nothing too exciting, but that's okay. We'll start there. I think that will be a little easier to sort it in and out right now. Cool. Cool. So now we just need to build up our handlers, right? Somehow. So most likely when we do render, is your problem? Of course, the LSP is already... whatever. Replace, we'll do handlers, and we'll do main. And we want a function that ignores the event and produce a message. And the message will be inker. What happened here? A bunch of stuff got duplicated. What are you doing, LSP? Just stop. Oh my god. Stop it. All right, we can do that. We could do. Woo! Hot stuff. I am cheating so much with this thing, but we're gonna do main. In here, we are actually going to render the state, right? Click me. You click me 0 times, 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, live fucking view in OCaml. Woo! That's pretty exciting. I am taking all of the fucking... Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. I'm taking all the fucking shortcuts. Like, even... the fact that the handler needs to be registered really by in some other way, and I'm just using object magic 0, which I know will be the representation of the increment handler, and that works. Disgusting. I'm ashamed of myself. But yeah, so that works. Welcome to LiveView. Feels good to be up here. We can even do button. So then we actually get a button, right? Everything else on top of this is gravy. No, there's some things that we desperately need to do, right? The web runtime thing, we'll end up rewriting that. I think Serde needs much better support, right? So we can actually send things back and forth easily. It would be awesome if Melange, right, actually had a library for doing this, right? Like a serialization library that you can use in OCaml to just serialize values there. So, like, I would put that even aside from what Serde does, right? Since this would be like lower level. Like, you're meant to use that only when you know both sides will share the same types. Hey, Birdiful TB, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream. I would only use that when you know that you own both types, right? I think that would make a lot of sense. Because JSON serialization on the browser and parsing is just ridiculously fast, right? And it makes sense. Polybars. Oh my god. We are 4 followers away from the follow goal. 808 state. Let's see this. There's the magic. I see problems. Other and no worries, no worries. It got fixed here. Unless you had more stuff. Yeah, I think that the difference is that I don't want to use polymorphic variants in this code, but I get what you mean. I could have something that turns variants into polymorphic variants for serialization purposes. Right. 0, 1, yeah. Nice. So we have this. We have this up and running. Woo. Generating OCaml variants and externals from melange-fied types. That'd be interesting. Like, right, you use brand and stuff, right, in melange-fi for defining types. Yeah. Yeah, that is. I understand. Right. I mean, if they were strings, it wouldn't matter the order they're in. Because like if you do something like sorting, for example, shorter to longest or alphabetical or whatever, right? You still have the same problems. If you add variants, right, then it depends where you add it, right? Things might break. Unless you recompile everything together and send it, right? It's like literally the only way to do that correctly is to have it so that you forbid adding things in the middle and you always append, right? Or to make it order agnostic. So like the ordering doesn't matter. The thing that matters is like the name or the hash of the contents or whatever, right? I am so excited about this, dude. We got it. It took 10 fucking hours, but we did it. We prototyped LiveView on Riot. We had to fix a bunch of crap. There we go. So now I would like to do the next thing, which is to just replace this render string, right, with an actual library for building this button or whatever, right? Because if we do that, then we should be able to also find what the event listeners are, right? Or where they should be associated. And that means we can automatically add event listeners on the front end and also match up the events with the IDs when they come in. So that would make this usable. I mean, not in like a large application, right? But you could build a little crap with it because right now you can't. It works for this example. That's it. The hell are we listening to? I don't understand what this means. Like, will it generate... Does this use the same representation as the runtime, or... Like, I'm familiar with ATDGen and stuff, right? Just want to know. Okay. Digging into sources now. Run out. Let me be a portable heater. Do wanna be? Okay, so enter Dave's library. HTML of JSX, right? Does this run on Melange though? We'll see. We had a problem with this before, and I think that's the right way of pinning it. Damn. Okay, so I should be able to use that now, right? So we should be able to do button now. And how does it go? You click me. And then we can do JSX. I guess we want to do open here. HTML JX. Yeah. Is that not how it works? Oh wait, this is sorry, rescript syntax. Reason syntax. How do I see the ML syntax? I guess it's parentheses. No, it doesn't like that. Do I need to do something more here? Like I have the PPS up and running, right? And I have the library as well. But it's just not valid. Like you can't parse that. You think that? Let's try with just a string, right? Like that. That doesn't work. Let's try with the whole alone. No. So the problem is parsing the tag. So maybe this isn't doing what we think it's doing. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, this library seems to say that it works with MLX, right? But it doesn't seem to say that it needs MLX. Let's see. It's 3 in the morning, we're trying to change your mind. Why you only call me when you high? So Dune. Out tonight. ML in Barcelona. Correct. Nick, yes. Literally LiveView means that if we go to our example of this button, beautiful button that is currently running with server-side state, right? And it's broken now because the server is closed. Yeah. It depends what I do and depends what I mean by scale, right? Sorry to give you a shitty answer like, oh, it depends. But there are some stateful things that are straightforward, right, to scale. I think the problem is when you have complex data graphs, right? Because if everybody's writing to the same thing, then and it holds state server, right? Then you most likely will just be serializing the writes to some place and just like writing them all together. And if you need those to be fast or sort of, we dig into the realms of. I think we can go to Jepsen.io here. It's reminding me of this graph, right? We dig into this realm, right? Of thinking about how the data is going to be modified and seen and so on, right? And some of these are great for some systems and terrible for others, and vice versa. And this is, I think, the harder part. By the way, I strongly suggest folks to have a look at Afri's work. I learned so much just from even being around, right? Like this work. A lot of good talks as well. So I'm going to drop that here in chat. Okay, we can try MLX. MLX, is it published? Okay, no public. We will pin it. OCaml install pin add MLX git plus that, right? Coming back to you, because we don't actually need to do the serialization. I mean, we do need the serialization. But maybe we can use the MLX PPX, right? I think it does not. I think it just, like from the discussion we had back then, because I actually wrote my version of MLX right around the same time, and talking to Andre as well. The difference was that their PPX somewhere in here, or rather their version of the parser, right? The only thing it does is it wraps the nodes, right, that are bracketed in a call to a PPX called JSX. So then you get to decide what to do with that. Whereas mine replace those directly with a function call, right? So mine is a lot dumber than this. And then he went ahead and added support for Merlin and everything else, right? Which is great. Ooh, wait, what is this doing? Okay, this needs 510, but I'm running everything on 511, so I can't use this as his. So we'll do no. Does it have a hard version on OCaml 5.1? What? Why would you do that? I mean, there might be good reasons, but I can't think of one. Okay, let's give Dave's one more shot, right? So why can we call button like that? years too late. Hey, Manax, no worries. Oh shit, it's 5 in the morning here. Fuck. I go crazy, isn't where I wanna be. See ya. Have a good sleep. Deep in, keep imagining, keeping. Alright, I guess we're gonna have to dig and see what the hell is this thing. Made a scamp in space on my desires. Isn't where I wanna be. Faction feels like a distant memory. I wanna hear your legs on your mind. On your mind. What is this stuff? I can't find anything. Find by name. Where are we registering the PPX? PP, I guess, is here, right? Yeah. So, during get the Riot register transformation. There's an HTMX prop, cool. And then we do rewrite JSX, and we use the AC traverser. Okay, so this is never gonna work because this is missing, right, the dialect. This is working under the assumption, right, that you already have an MLX style dialect. So we're looking at the PPX apply, right, and we're looking at the attributes, right, and trying to see if this apply function call has a JSX attribute, right? Which it does not, because we don't have that. We don't have the dialect. And even if we were to rename that this file, right, to that, yeah, this dialect does not exist. Bum, ba, da, bum, 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 bum. Cool. So that kind of does what you wanted to do, right? Like we get an invalid function there. But I forget, like that was the easy part of the MLX thing. I forget how we did the rest. Because we have a thing for printing as well, which is hella slow, but whatever. Snap out of it. MLX test print. How do we do this? Out of it. I'm confused. Oh, right. Right. Snap out of it, snap out of it. Of it. Okay, so now basic solution, we can fix that later. we'll just be building this, right? So div or whatever. I don't know how exactly we'll do the children, but we'll need to figure something out, right? Or rather, on click. And we'll do I mean, it wouldn't kill us to just use. Let's see what Dream HTML uses under hood by Yawar. Dream project depends on Dream. Love it. Behind. Where's our HTML module? We could probably just use this, right? Dream HTML. Let's see. I feel like we're gonna have to modify a couple of things, but it should give us. No, why are you GPL? God damn it! Yawar, if you're looking. If you're watching, not looking. Fine, whatever. We'll just build a basic thing that we need here and be done with that. So I need essentially an event, right? And this will take a message, or this will take a function, right? I just don't want to touch it. I just do, like GPL is infectious, right? So if you add some GPL things into your library, then it becomes GPL as well. And then it just doesn't feel like a good thing to have. You know what I mean? Four not found. How's it going? Cross-check that module on GitHub. They must have copied it from an MI. No, I know the author. The OCaml community, we know each other and we give each other credit. And I would love to give credit to Yawar for that code, but it's it's GPL, so I'm not even gonna look at it. I'm not even gonna look at it. That's how far it goes, right? So we'll do L, and then we'll do tag, and then we'll do children, and like that. So we can do L button. Da, 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 da. Da, na, 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 na. 11-hour stream. Yeah, I mean, we do, right? Cool. Hey, Patocopter Zero, thanks for the follow. 3 more followers, and we're getting to the follower goal. Oh my god, guys. Okay, so that's pretty good. We just need to define it on click here, right? And then we'll do essentially on click. Like that. Oof. And we'll do string. And that's just going to be text. Ooh. Dope. So if we render, we get a bool? What the fuck's that? No, come on. Stop kidding around. We get a large type of things, which I don't really care much about. But that should be good, because then we should be able to do let. Like in live, instead of doing where is it, render HTML, right? I guess we could do that. That would be fine. bad idea. This is the bad idea. Okay, so if we go through that, right, we call render here, and we want to do essentially HTML or string, right? We want to just send that over for now. So we'll do HTML to string, HTML. So we'll just do that. Let the string, right? T, oh my God. And this T is just going to be a message T, right? So we can destruct. And I think we're just gonna replace this representation with a even dumber one. I don't know. We can start here, right? Do I even want that? Hey, M Mohammadi 1912. Thanks for the follow. Whew. All right, cool. Cool. Why is it bull? That is hilarious. Okay. So we get expression has type, string a list, and then we get a list of a bunch of stuff there. But an expression was needed of type live HTMLT, and that type is here. And of course, we did not do the right thing. So tag, right? Authors, and then we get children for free, I think. Okay, not so bad. Getting better there, right? We got a string combinator here, and of course we need that to be an element as well. So that will be children, right? Like that. And then we'll do attribute text. Nope, tag text, right? Attribute is gonna be empty. And then we can just do a string int. And that should be that. Cool. So what don't you like about this? Children, you want the children to also be a tag, but I want you to fine, you win. We're gonna introduce a new variant there, so you can have tag stuff, but you also can have untagged stuff, right? Like just the text. Otherwise I need to, I guess, do more complicated things. That makes sense. So now we get a T, and we have to do the thing I didn't want to do to begin with, which is match a T, right? So when we get an element, right, that is tagged like that, then we'll do that representation, right? However, if we just get a text, then we'll just use a string. Whew, look at that. I compiled. I wonder if that's even gonna show the thing that we expect it to show. Ready? Blows up. Okay, I need to actually run the server. That is probably why. Oh! It's not gonna... What? Okay, this is... Don't worry, it's not doing the right thing yet. It's not working just yet, right? Okay, let's look at that gist by Dylan. My last JSON test. What am I looking at? I see some ML code here, right? Okay, cool. But this is... Oh, this is generated by Melange. Okay. Right, output MJS. Okay. That's cool. So I just need to define... an object. Right. When you turn it into an object, you just do an object with a kind, and then you just say string red, because that's red, right? I guess you could simplify this further by just calling toString, right, with the input in this position. So this will just be a call to JSON encode object, really. Cool. So that rendered the thing that we thought was going to render, and I think this is the version of the JSX thing that I need, right? So when you build it, it can build the entire thing, right, into a type, a value. This is a very, very basic thing here. This will encode the entire DOM, right? We just need to create the right functions for that. Yeah. And functions, because that's what this MLX does, which is not very sophisticated, to be honest. I really wanted to use Dave's or Andres. I'm not gonna fork Andres to bump that version number, but we can leave an issue. So the good thing is that now we don't have to do this garbage, right? We can actually update, right, the current state, right, by traversing that, finding the right handlers, right, and putting them there. So we can do update handlers, right, HTML. We may actually want to, to take the HTML in and just do a mapping over it, right? So if we find a handler, then we will add an attribute to the element. So when the handle triggers, we can grab that attribute, right, and add it as a property that we will look for. Probably a bad idea, but well, here we go. What is wrong here? Close together. These close together. These close together. Is that a problem? Almost there, almost there. We just need to find the event handlers, right? Okay, line 65. This is a list of unit action. So every one of those. Is it really? All right. String. Right, we're passing the event when we call it, which makes sense. So this will be an event, which we don't really know what the shape would be. Did that work? I wonder. Ripple request. Okay, so we go to our elements and we'll see a counter here, and it probably won't work because we're not really doing much for that in the rendering phase, right? Like, we want now to actually render the attributes. Why don't you like that? We didn't find any handlers? Why? We should have at least one, right? This thing is doing on click, and we do event there, and that builds the thingy, right? It's mounting. Let's see update handlers, right? Phone tag div with 0 attributes. Why are we not recursing? Oh, right. That makes perfect sense. So, attributes, right? That worked. So if we go here, then this one has live handler 0 and then 0 again. Nope. Why? We're calling this with the right for each one. Hey Marcel, good evening. Oh my god, it's 6 in the morning already. Jesus, almost there, almost there. What? Good. 1001. Okay. That should be enough for them to be distinct. So we can go back into the web runtime, right? And when I guess we'll want to be able to encode some information here, right? Like what events we care about, which we don't currently have right now, right? We do have all of these indented correctly. So for the time being, I'm gonna do one last horrible thing, and that will be getting the ID right here from here. JSON encode. Object, and I need a dictionary. From list. Yeah, I can do that. Oh no, help from list and get an A. Oh no. And that is there, and -1 and +1 are hooked, and we're gonna go into the counter here. We get the first patch, right? So if we click on +1, then we're not really sending anything, and that makes sense because we actually need to rebind, right, that DOM. So when we do this, right, we want to essentially rebind. And it will be so much easier to just do document query selector all, right? And then give me anything that has tag data live ID. Excellent. And we'll just put that in a regular array because we don't want to deal with node lists, right? So this would be elements, and this would be element. Look at that, right? And for each one of those, we want to do an add event listener, right? And we'll do L add event listener, and this will be click for now, and we'll call we'll get an event here, right? And we'll call handle click with the socket and the event. That means rebind actually needs the socket. Which is a weird thing to get, but whatever. So go back here, gonna stop there. Why don't you like that? Almost there, folks. I don't get why this doesn't work. Element, query selector. So we're gonna go here, clean everything up, right? And I'm gonna find the thingy here, which is counter, right? So document, query selector, or get element by ID, counter. And we'll do query selector here, and we'll do everything that has data live ID. And that works. Why does that work? Are we not passing the right data along? So spawn, right? Gonna stop there. I'm gonna see what the hell is E. E is a message event. E is not an element. There we go. So now we get each one of those, right? And we should be able to bind them correctly. So if I go +1, get attribute. What do you mean get attribute is not a function? And it makes sense because that is the attribute, not the element. Duh, right? So I'll get element event. So here we'll get an element, right? And we'll actually pass the element as well. And that will work. ID is that perfect. So yeah, I guess this will blow up. And that is as much as can be serialized by default. Okay, so at least we're sending the right things, right? Which is great. I don't know what the backend's doing. Yeah, could not deserialize that garbage. Okay, that makes sense. So we'll just not send the event for now. We'll just send like an empty string. Do I wanna know? No, we blew up something, didn't we? Yeah, something blew up horribly here. So we get that and we get a patch back. But this patch doesn't have IDs. Why don't you have IDs? That's stupid. And I know why. because the render path is different for mounting than for the rest. Because I'm a genius. So this stuff here, right, should actually look more like this. Now, boom. Woo! We got it! It is doing the thing. We use MLX to define event handlers on our DOM, right? And then we extract handlers, build a table of handlers, match them all nicely together, right? And then in the front end, we are actually able to use a tiny bit of JavaScript, right? To rebind everything as the application updates. So that when that click event gets triggered, it includes the ID of the element, right? That we expect. Crazy they spent 10 hours playing Dota and then in 1 hour build LiveView Riot and go to work. It was 1 hour and 37 minutes, okay? Don't give me so much credit, man. And yeah, I knew, I feel terrible because we were gonna play Dota like 7 hours ago. And I kind of forgot. And then when I realized it was like 11:30 and everybody was offline, like I got pinged once to go at like 7 or maybe 9 even. And I was like in the middle of it, right? So I was like, no. But yeah, everybody, it's a LiveView. It does the thing, and I'm not that happy that I had to build a bunch of crap like this thing, but yeah. That wasn't so bad, was it? And we built so much shit today. Oh my god! I think the thing I love the most that we did, that it was so small and it just worked, was the static middleware, right? Just that one function, and that's it. You just drop it in your trail, right? And you get static file serving. Make it work, make it better, make it fast. I like it. Make it right, make it beautiful, and then if you really have to, make it fast. But usually fast goes at the end, right? It's like once you've done the whole thing, all right. Or how was it? It's a Joe Armstrong quote. Make it work, then make it beautiful. Then if you really, really have to, make it fast. 90% of the time, if you make it beautiful, it will already be fast. So really, just make it beautiful. Damn, it's been years now since they died. Jesus. RIP. Physics. Oh, this talk is great. I love it. Okay, I feel a huge vacuum in me right now that like, okay, we did this, it's working, right? Now comes the, this is the stuff I'm good at, you know, like give me 10 hours, I'll build anything. But now comes the hard part, right? Like we need to actually make it nice and stable and try building more things with it, right? So that we, you know, iron out all the wrinkles or the kinks, right? And it's actually useful and reliable. So I feel like the API is pretty good, you know, like if the only thing you need to write in your application is this, I mean, not even the page here, but we can improve on that, is this stuff, right? And then you get one line for the mounting. I would say that's pretty good. We can probably improve the page as well, since we have the byte string there and we don't want to do that, right? So let's do that. Let's do HTML, right? We'll do HTML. Actually, we don't need to copy that. What are we, dummies? No, can do that. So the question would be, how do we actually import, right? How do we import a live component here, right? Because we could do the dumb thing, and that would be to say, like, we'll just call, right, the counter, right? Like that. Hey Rayan, how's it going? All good? I'm trying to find why or how to get that to type at least, right? Oh, yeah, how's it going? Thank you so much for the follow. We're 1 follower away from our goal. Oh my God. What are we going to do afterwards? You see that I'm very good at codes? Thank you. I appreciate that. And you want to learn that. Okay. How can I help? You don't understand my English much. You're from the Netherlands, but there are more or less. I'm confused. Aren't you Dutchies like crazy proficient at English? I thought it was like a thing that you had, or you did. I don't have a CS degree. Everything I know I've taught myself from fucking around and finding out and talking to other people, right? And learning from other people, like directly by talking to them or maybe indirectly by reading what they wrote. Okay, so we got an ID there, and we expect that to be an attribute, right? She's not very nice. I'll have to figure out a better way of doing this. What don't you like? So we kind of want to inject that, right? So we could add it manually. That'll be fine. Like that, right? You're in the same path. Amazing. We need more people that just come from different backgrounds and want to do things creatively and get them done. How can you code for so long, man? I've been coding for a long time. So like the first memory I have coding, I must have been 7 or 8 or something like that, years old. It wasn't like this, of course. It was a different kind of coding. I was using Game Maker. I wanted to make video games. And over the years, I built a resistance. I also have ADHD, which means it's very easy for me to just start doing something, and if I really enjoy it, forget about everything else. And in this case, pull 12 hours of coding, non-stop. There's literally have been no pauses today. And I actually don't feel that tired. I just know I need to go to bed soon, because it's almost 7 in the morning, and Sorry, I just panicked because I thought it was going to be Thursday, and I have a meeting Thursday morning. So, yeah, I'm still good. But that's the point, right? Like, I think a lot of people think you are going to be unproductive after your third, fourth, fifth hour of coding. And maybe you are. And maybe that's okay, right? And if you're okay with that, that's fine. But if you're not okay with that, then you can practice by just coding. Endure, I like to think that some coders are good at sprints and some coders are good at marathons. You know what I mean? And I used to think it was mostly the caffeine, right? But I've been off caffeine for I think 10 days now, maybe less, maybe like 7 or something like that. And I'm feeling fine. Water. So yeah, if you want to code long hours and code a lot, then do that. Sit down and code. So that's not going to work, right? Because we actually need to say this is going to be a multi-line string. What is all we need? Yeah, exactly. Okay, no, that's not what we wanted, right? We want a script here. Aye. Okay, everything's still working. Perfect. Aye, okay. So close. So I am using one of this, like the Mac Apple Magic Keyboard. Harry Sue, thank you for joining the chat. Hope you're having fun over here. Saying the work I'm doing for the building of the Camel 5 ecosystem is super inspiring. Thank you very much. Been very interested in OCaml lately and have been lurking your Twitter to follow the updates. Super happy to see what Riot is in a year. Oh yeah, we definitely want to see that. But as Dylan says, we're gonna be running your favorite apps, right? Or helping you build your favorite apps. Yeah. Okay, so you spend many hours coding and you feel good. I admire those people who spend a lot of time programming with patience. At the beginning, I said this could be chaos until you're looking for a way to code. Yep. So you hope OCaml catches fire like Rust did recently. I feel like you're coming from a very good place when you say that, but the Rust has been catching fire in terrible ways a lot recently. So I hope you mean that we catch fire in a good way as well. All right, Dylan, I need your eye here. What do you feel about this API, right? You're making a page somewhere and you got a live component, so you can just call counter. We can probably get rid of the mount and just give it the ID. And then this will actually expand to that, right? To the ID, and we'll also import the script and the module. We can probably not include this thing, right? Like just add that later. But yeah, so you don't have to actually type the div and the script and that stuff. You mean like, oh yeah, give it like a random ID or something?